Good morning. It's February 2nd, 2023. This is the Montgomery County Planning Board in beautiful downtown Wheaton. It's a beautiful day here. It's the first meeting during Black History Month. We have a number of events that will occur in the parks this month, at the Agricultural History Farm Park, at Woodlawn Manor, at Josiah Sensen Museum, Woodlawn Manor, Oakley Cabin. You can look up those events on our website, and I hope you'd participate. This is also Groundhog Day, and I hear Punxsutawney Phil has seen his shadow in Pennsylvania. I don't think he'd see it here, so we're still waiting on Potomac. What is it, Potomac Phil? Something like that. We don't, but he's stuffed anyhow. We have an exciting history notice today. On this date, the Maryland General Assembly voted in 1781 to authorize Maryland's delegation to Congress. It included Montgomery County resident Daniel Carroll to ratify the Articles of Confederation. Maryland was the last state to ratify the Articles, a precursor to the United States Constitution. Carroll was one of 5 individuals to sign both the Articles of Confederation and the United States Constitution. The other thing I would note with this historic event is that it's the first historic event that I'm mentioning that is older than my birthday. So I'm excited about that. Okay, we have preliminary matters here. Item 1 is adoption of a resolution to adopt the sketch plan for 8001 Wisconsin Avenue, sketch plan 3/20/21/0050. Can I have a motion, please?
Mr. Chair, I move we approve Resolution 23008.
Do I have a
And I
second?
second.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, thank you. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye, thank you. We have another resolution for the same project, but a different plan. It's 8001 Wisconsin Avenue preliminary plan, number 1-2021-0140. Do I hear a motion to approve?
So move, Mr. Chair.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you. All right. We have one other, another preliminary matter here to nominate, to ratify the nomination of a Park Foundation trustee, Kathleen Matthews, who I have worked with for decades, I think, a terrific nominee. The board's obligation here is to ratify this choice. Approval isn't quite the word in the context of the Parks Foundation's bylaws, so we'll ratify. Can I hear a motion?
So moved.
And I second.
Would you like to say anything more?
Yes. I want to just echo your praise of Kathy Matthews. She served as the director in one of the county centers in, I want to say Germantown,
that's
right?
correct.
Okay.
It was Germantown.
For many years. She has always been a consummate professional, and truly a trusted advisor to so many people in this county. And I can think of no better person to serve in this role. So I am really just encouraged and pleased by her, with her being on this board, on the foundation's board.
Okay, seeing no other, I do see more Commissioner Presley.
Yes, I just wanted to thank Chair Branson for those comments. I have worked with Kathy over many years, and she really is a a dear and great woman. And I just want to shout, hey, Kathy, congratulations. She's going to be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of ratification, say aye.
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 Aye. The ayes are unanimous. Thank you very much, and thank you for a terrific nomination to that board. We're on item 2. Yes, we're doing great here. These are record plats. We have subdivision plat number 2202-20540. The Kefauver Tract in Bradley Hills. Staff recommends approval. Any discussion? No?
No.
I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
And a second.
I heard a motion to approve in a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Ayes are unanimous again. We have another subdivision approval, plat number 22023, 3120 Grand Park. Again, staff recommends approval of the record plat.
So move, Mr. Chair.
Second.
No, seeing no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. The ayes are unanimous again. We're on item 3, regulatory extension request, Clarksburg Chase pre-preliminary plan. This is the first of our ever having a pre-preliminary plan for this board. Number 7/2023-0020. This is a second extension request. Commissioner Hill, would you like to say something?
No, just the observation that I really appreciated the applicant's explanation of the purpose of the extension here.
Anybody else? I'll entertain a motion to approve.
I'll move to approve.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you. Okay, now we'll turn it over to the Parks Director, Mike Riley.
Good morning, Planning Board. This morning for my Park Director's report, I am going to show you a few slides that we presented last Friday to the Montgomery House delegation of the General Assembly. This has apparently been an annual event where we get some time on their agenda to tell them about what's going on at Park and Planning. In prior years, the chair did this presentation. This year, Chair Zients brought along Tanya Stern and myself to participate, so the three of us tag team it, and I'm just going to walk you through the park slides that we showed. Starting out with thanking them for the money that they brought us. This is simple. This is just last year. This is just fiscal year 22. Between the state and federal grants we achieved. You can see it's a pretty lengthy list of projects scattered around the county. The little asterisks after a project name to show that the project is in an equity focus area, which demonstrates how we have been prioritizing investment in those parks and communities. And I was a little cute here showing 2 photos of projects that the state funded in District 15 to match the $15 million that came out of the grants last year without, of course, showing any favoritism to any particular district. On the right, you see Congressman Trone and some of our state legislators giving us a check for $500,000 for South Germantown Park. That was federal community project funding. And then on the left, you see a project we completed in Little Bennett several years ago called the Western Piedmont Bridge that extended the trail network there. And you can't really tell, but on that bridge we have Senator Feldman and Delegate David Frazier Hidalgo with us. And then I also thank them for Program Open Space, which is a pretty revolutionary program in Maryland. It's funded by the real estate transfer tax. I believe it was begun in the 60s or the 70s, and our park system would not be what it is without this program. There have been, the transfer tax is divvied up among the counties in the state of Maryland based on a population-based formula, so we're one of the largest recipients. And there was a time years ago where the state was having financial difficulties, that program open space was diverted to fund other state priorities. There were a few years where our allocation was zero or less than $1 million. So there's been a lot of effort on our behalf over the years, and then the other park and recreation districts across the state to lobby the General Assembly about the importance of this program. Of course, a lot of environmental advocates also support this program. It goes towards both developing parks and land acquisition, and I'm really pleased to say that in the last few years, the allocation has been going up, and you can see that FY23 that's the number that is in the governor's budget. I imagine that will hold through the session, and we're going to get a very significant amount of POS this year to apply to our parks. The picture is a park refresher we did with park bonds and program open space at Dewey Local Park in the Randolph Hills area of the county. We did a deal with the Washington Capitals to put in an inline skating rink that they paid for, dog park on the left, public art. And one unique aspect of this particular park is it's a public facility co-location because it sits on top of a WSSC sewage storage facility along Rock Creek. All those improvements you see are sitting on top of millions and millions of gallons of stored sewage. Of course, we don't advertise that to our patrons. You're very familiar with the Park Recreation and Open Space Plan. That's our long-range plan that was recently approved. I just like to announce that if people ask if we have a long-range plan for our parks, that the answer is yes, and you can see some of the priorities that are espoused in that plan over on the right. I had mentioned in the front slide, I just wanted to make sure I educate them about our partnership with the planning department in doing the mapping of equity focus areas and how, as we determine where we're going to improve or acquire or invest in parks or build new parks, that we're heavily weighting our decisions towards parks and equity focus areas. Now I go through a whole bunch of projects. I'll go through these quickly. I start out with a few projects that were completed. Josiah Henson Museum used over $1 million of program open space. Of course, also a lot of private fundraising and other tax-supported money. One of the most important and meaningful projects we've built in the park system throughout our history. A very recent opening in a unique park, the Pitt at Fairland Bike Park. Chair Zients did come out, I think, in his first few weeks to the ribbon cutting, and it's a unique facility that doesn't, attract everybody's needs, but the map in the middle shows it's kind of like a ski resort. You have easy, medium, and hard trails, so even though you might think of this just for the bikers that are getting air, like the guy on the lower left, it really is a type of facility that someone at any skill level who wants to get exercise and get outdoors and ride a bike can benefit from. This was what's called a bond bill or a legislative bond initiative, was the state money behind this. And then I moved to some projects that they've provided money for. They're either in a planning, design, or construction phase. They're not on the ground yet, but they've supported. This is in the Wheaton Master Plan. We expect to build a regional destination adventure sports park at Wheaton, and that was last year $2.5 million in what's called a local parks and playgrounds infrastructure grant from the state. The Long Branch Parks Initiative is a very unique approach for us where we're looking at a system of parks within equity focus areas. There's 8 parks, and we're doing extensive community outreach, and some of these parks are in advanced stages of design and fully funded and ready to go to construction. Others are just in a planning phase, but when we talk to the community about what they'd like to see, we're making sure that we address this system as a whole. Another very unique project, not in an equity focus area, but as you can see from those top 2 pictures, this is not a great example of how mankind has treated our ecology and environment, where we have undergrounded streams to develop back in the 50s and 60s. It's hard to believe that's Montgomery County in those top 2 pictures, but that's the Willett Branch Creek as it is today in Westbard, and we have a very ambitious project to naturalize that stream and build a linear park The picture on the bottom is an aspirational picture from a real park in Mecklenburg County, North Carolina. I think it's called Sugar Creek Stream Valley Park. And it, in its prior iteration, looks something like those two pictures above. Right now, we're in a land acquisition stage, and we have got state funding the last 2 years to acquire needed parcels of land to develop that greenway. Another very big project, Ovid Hazen Wells Recreational Park, a long time in the making, up in the north part of the county. That is going to be a destination park ultimately, much like Wheaton Regional Park or Cabin John is in the down county, where a family can go spend a half a day or a day doing a variety of different things. One of the unique historical aspects of this project that's been talked about for decades is the carousel down at Wheaton Regional Park ultimately will make its way up to Clarksburg, because when that land was deeded to us up in Clarksburg, it was a condition of the deed that that historic carousel, which had one time been down on the mall in D.C., would be a component of the park in Clarksburg. And that picture on the right is a rendering of what the roundhouse would look like that would house the carousel. This is a park in Burtonsville. We call a park refresher. There's on the back of the park, there's some underused and tennis courts at the end of their life cycle. We're going to repurpose a lot of that space for some trending amenities like futsal, pickleball, dog parks. Those are the facilities you hear about quite often that communities want. So that is funded with a state grant that is about to, is in the latter stage of design and will go to construction fairly soon. And then we have the SEED classroom up at Black Hill Regional Park, which will be completed this fall. SEED stands for Sustainable Education Every Day. This will be a place where we can conduct nature classes and programs for the growing community of Clarksburg, and it will be a net zero building in the parks funded by state bond bill and private fundraising. And I really tried to show the uniqueness of the different amenities that are coming into our parks. This is Carol Knowles Park, which is right on Georgia Avenue, halfway between here and, halfway between Silver Spring and Wheaton. It's down that way. You can see where I just pointed. This community is embracing as a primary facility some bike facilities, a pump track and a bike skills track, and they're really excited about it. And we've been pushing this project towards the latter stage of design, and I'm really excited about this one because it's not, sometimes communities are not accepting of unique facilities that will bring in people from a little bit of a regional draw, but this community has really rallied behind this. And then wrapping up, just a couple slides that don't really deal with state funding, but just to talk about some of the priorities over the years in the Parks Department. We've really, for decades now, worked hard to improve the quality of the athletic fields in the county. This is White Oak Recreation Center. It's not our field. It's a county government field that is a component of the new, relatively new White Oak Recreation Center that was built. The field failed shortly after the county built it, so they asked us to come in because of our expertise. And we converted it to Bermuda grass, and we actually did it over the winter months. If you see the photo on the upper right, those are called growth blankets. They harness the energy of the sun to heat the soil. You can actually grow grass in the colder months, and then, of course, when the fields have less demand, and open them up in the spring and summer when the demand is high. And we had a really great ribbon cutting and success story, and that field is holding up very nicely and getting tons and tons of use. And then on the school side, we have been in this business for the better part of 2 decades. We are almost through renovating all the school fields at elementary and middle schools and taking them under our maintenance program. And as you can see from this quote here from one of the principals, that is of value not only to the students who benefit from those fields, but from the community users who then get to permit them on the weekends and evenings for leagues and sports. Always have to brag about our volunteer program, that we have these different groups of people that are passionate about our parks and give their time to us to help us keep the system up. We always put a little monetary value to their work each year to kind of give a little exclamation point to the value, but of course there's a lot more value to it than the monetary value. These folks quite often are our strongest advocates when we need people to advocate on behalf of our budget or advocate on behalf of certain legislation. So I just need to give a big thank you to them every year. And then another program I felt it would be good to highlight, because just a lot of people don't even know this, that Montgomery Parks is the lead agency for whitetail deer management in the county. It's a very important job, but a little bit of a thankless job because it is such a challenging and daunting task. We, of course, can only really do the management on 11% of the county's land, the park land. We can't do it on private land, but we've stepped up our efforts each year, most recently with adding archery managed hunting to the program. And as you can see, the problem that we have would be much, much worse if we were not conducting this program. And that was it, and I think it was well received. Most of the questions were on the planning side, not on the park side, but at least we got to represent to the delegation a lot of the good work that we do. And that's it, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions?
Mr. O'Reilly, thank you for your presentation. This is amazing what you guys do in terms of the parks throughout the county. I'm always very impressed. I wanted to ask you just about the 3 equity areas that you've selected based on, I guess, income, demographics, different socioeconomic characteristics. You mentioned that you do some outreach to let people know what you're planning to do, and which I think is fantastic. If you can just be a little bit more, give us a little bit of information in terms of how you do the outreach. Are there any communities or, let's say, associations, like resident associations that participate? I'm thinking more in terms of, people being aware that some of these parks that you're creating, they're defensible space. There's no issue about, especially small parks, that there's any security issues or any, if they're right next to a residence. If you can tell us a little bit about the outreach.
Yeah, I'd love to, in a future report, bring our public affairs and community partnerships staff to talk a little bit in depth, because I probably won't be able to do justice to it. But the short answer is it's really multifaceted and evolving, and I think the most important evolution in our outreach is our staff trying to go to where community members are comfortable.
Winston, come here.
We're trying to go to the community. We're always at events. We have set up tables at other organizations' events. We have our own events, and we try to have tables there. One of my favorite things I personally went to years ago was we were doing outreach when the Glenmont Sector Plan was underway, and we set up a table at the Shoppers Food Warehouse at the intersection of Randolph and Georgia, and we brought out a table, we brought out 2 police horses, and we had a popcorn machine and balloons. And I watched as the families came out from shopping that the children dragged the parents over to the table.
That's a good idea.
Because they saw the balloons and maybe smelled the popcorn. And of course, once the kids dragged the parents over, we kind of got them. And of course, we had people who spoke Spanish at the table. So I'd love to come back in a future meeting and elaborate. There is a lot of technology we use. We use open town halls. Our meetings since the pandemic largely are still virtual because we think that's best. There's one tonight on the Long Branch Initiative. And there's multiple public meetings each week. So that's the short answer, but I'm going to come back with Christy Williams and some of her team in a few weeks to be a little bit more specific.
Well, thank you very much. I think, it's always a good idea. I see a lot of these parks. Some of these parks are very local. Other parks are more regional. Like you mentioned, some parks attract people from all over the county because of the facilities they have. So it'd be good for not only, everyone have access to the type of information that we're getting here. Like, I wish I knew where all those parks are to go and, you know, go there and enjoy them. But I'm just wondering, because we spend so much time on both planning and park issues, I wonder whether people know where these parks are. And I think technology is a good way of doing it. But thank you very much.
And I'm delighted to hear that the kids smelled the popcorn and not the horse. Anybody else?
Yeah. So I noticed, thank you for your report. I noticed that the Long Branch Park, that had several different areas that noted that you're working on. I used to live over there. So I'm wondering, were the areas designated separately because this is a phased thing, or, how would that work out? Because Long Branch, as I recall, there's a swimming pool, there's a rec center, there's some basketball courts, and, and I don't think people use the park very much because, there were some safety concerns.
Yeah.
And so, my question is, there's a whole lot going on. I think it's the back of the library, and, so it has the basic setup to be just a wonderful area to do a lot of different things, to move between the recreation and the libraries. And it just, at least when I was living there, it did not meet its potential in part because I think of the safety concerns. So I'm wondering, what's in store for Long Branch? Because you have like, what, three? I think I saw three different areas that mention Long Branch.
There are 8 parks in our study area, and I have to give a lot of credit to our former division chief, Jay Cole, who was the chief of park planning and stewardship, who had the light bulb go off. For a variety of reasons, we were looking at several of those parks through our CIP, and the equity focus areas were driving that. And Jay, at one point, understanding, as you said, there's a comprehensive bunch of issues there. Lack of investment in infrastructure. Jay used the term when she came to me about this, that this area is park rich and amenity poor. And safety issues, homelessness issues, trash. The library was a homeless center for a while, and the community was very concerned about that. There's an initiative at the library to try to use some space there for outdoor recreation. So that's when we stepped back and said we have to look at these as a whole. And at that point, we already had funding to work on 2 or 3 of these parks. And now the goal is that over the next 6 years, we really have improved each and every one of these parks, and particularly, as you said, looked at the broader issues of safety, interconnectivity, how they complement each other, how we market them as a system for that community.
And we as a board approved the acquisition into Long Branch and to that one
Yes,
building, so.
yes. For improving that was to, there's a park that's hidden, and it was to open it up and improve access, which of course relates to safety.
Thank you very much. That was a great report, and we appreciate all your effort and everybody's efforts in the system. Thank you. I think we're Good morning. This is the February 2nd, 2023 session of the Planning Board. We are on item 5, Spring Semiannual Report Presentation. I think Tanya is leading this one.
This will be a joint presentation with myself, Tanya Starr, Acting Planning Director, and Mike Riley, the Director of the Parks Department. I will start first. So the Planning Board received the outline for our two departments' semi-annual presentations. We give these to the County Council twice a year, in the spring and the fall, and we present the outline of what we would like to discuss and present to the council, to the board, to get your ideas, feedback as we prepare for the semi-annual, which is on March 7th. So starting with the Planning Department, what I really wanted to do, particularly because we have several new council members, is to start out with a reminder that our new general plan, Thrive Montgomery 2050, is now adopted, and that is really the roadmap, so to speak, for all of our plans over the coming years, and really emphasizing two important components of Thrive, which is equity and complete communities, which has its own chapter and is a very important concept that informs both our master planning and our regulatory reviews of development projects, with the goal of ensuring that the county will have what we call complete communities, this notion of having a variety of uses, housing, retail services, jobs in close proximity to residents, preferably within walking distance or biking distance. But even if you have to drive, it will be no more than a short drive, so that residents can have all of these amenities close to where they live. And so I wanted to start out with that framing about equitable and complete communities to inform the rest of my presentation. And related to that, I also wanted to talk a little bit about the Planning Department's equity agenda for planning. I presented and talked about this to the board, I think a few weeks ago. Interestingly enough, I have given presentations on our equity initiative to multiple audiences, but not to the county council. And so I wanted to use the semi-annual to talk about that with them, to let them know about how deeply committed our department is to advancing equity in this county, to ensuring that the planning board can successfully meet its requirements within the county's racial equity law, to consider equity as part of your review of master plans, but really talk about how we do this through a lot of different ways. We have different tools that we have developed and are still developing. Equity focus areas is one that Director Riley mentioned earlier. We're also wrapping up our Community Equity Index with the board, which the board will be hearing about shortly. Also talking about how we've addressed equity in our master plans. We have internal resources like our equity peer review group, and also very much very critical component is equitable engagement. So talking a bit about how we engage with residents throughout the counties and make sure that we are reaching residents who represent the wide diversity of the county. So I was listening very closely, Commissioner Pinero, to the questions that you asked Director Riley about, and I believe I've shared some of what we've done. But I want to make sure that the council is aware of that as well. And then I will go into an update on our projects and plans that we have underway. We have 6 master plans underway right now. We also have the amendments to the Historic Preservation Master Plan, which the board will be seeing shortly, as well as other projects such as our Incentive Destiny Guidelines update and Friendship Heights Urban Design Study that are just kicking off. We have 2 new master plans that we are launching this year, Clarksburg and Silver Spring Communities Plan. And then I also wanted to talk about our development review, to give an update to the council. Also just provide some background information about how the development review process works in a county, and also efforts that our department, along with our partner agencies and the Development Review Committee and the development community, have already undertaken to make that process faster and more efficient. And then we also wanted to touch on some special studies and projects, such as the no net loss of forests, amendments to the Forest Conservation Law. This legislation was introduced by the prior council, but because there's a new council, it was just recently reintroduced, and there is a public hearing next week on that. our Intake and Regulatory Coordination Division. They are the forest conservation law sort of managers for the county, and so they're very involved in that effort, as well as for Reforest Montgomery. So wanted to talk a bit about that to the council, and then wrap up with a discussion about our placemaking initiative. We are, as I believe we've mentioned to the board, we're creating a strategic plan to guide how our department undertakes placemaking. We've already done quite a number of initiatives already, or projects, including the Fairland and Briggs Cheney Placemaking Festival that we did last fall, as well as some other efforts. But this is really the time to create a strategic plan so that we can be very intentional about how we continue to do this work. And then also give them a heads up about our Design Excellence Awards that will be this October, and make sure that it's on their radar. I recall when we had the previous Design Excellence Awards 2 years ago, we did have several council members attend, so we want to make sure that they come as well. And then just give an update on our schedule for our approved work program. So that is it for me. I'm happy to answer any questions, unless you would like Director Riley to go.
Any other commissioners?
I'll wait till
Well, just a couple of things I would note. Number one, tell them what we're doing with historic preservation once, not in two separate sections, so that we don't repeat ourselves with what we're doing.
Okay.
Number two, I would emphasize our successes in development review, since I think that will be the more ongoing topic
Yes.
than all of the other things. The no net loss is in their legislative handbook. They're not going to need a briefing or that, and we're going to be telling them stuff in the public hearing and work sessions. I would not do too much on that at all.
Certainly.
And those are the things that I would emphasize or de-emphasize. I just think we got to go for development review. That will be, that's in our heads. It should be in their heads. And we have a great success story to tell. And by the way, I'll let the board know. This board, till the end of January, has reviewed almost 2 million square feet of non-residential space and 3,800 dwelling units in 96 separate plans. So if anybody thinks we're not doing anything, they haven't looked at what we're doing. And that's your staff who's doing that. We don't get anything that you don't approve stuff, but we have to emphasize that in what we're doing in development reviewing on keeping the process going.
I absolutely agree, and very much intend to use the semi-annual to share the story about our successes in development review, and making sure that the county is getting new development reviewed by our department and other departments and the board very expeditiously, so that the county can benefit from this new development and new housing. So I definitely appreciate the feedback, and we will very much use this to tell that story.
Commissioner Cherie?
Commissioner Cherie, that's good. I like that. It's easy to remember. So I want to once again put in a plug for having what I keep calling Planning 101 on, the website and as a part of this agenda, because really, my concern is that outreach, unless people really understand what the legal and organizational fundamentals are, outreach becomes sort of just going through the motions. People don't know what they're supposed to be looking for because they don't know what the rules are. And so, I think that particularly plays into the equity agenda. because because the communities that are traditionally been excluded or have felt excluded and definitely not included in this process are usually the communities that do not have the wherewithal or the, just the basic understanding of what the rules of the game are. That's how people get overlooked and taken advantage of. They don't know what the rules are. And so, I really don't think there can be meaningful engagement, because engagement is not just, the department talking to people, it's also people talking back. And so if people don't know where they can in fact insert themselves and inject their concerns, then you won't have engagement. You'll just have, you'll just have marketing. And that's the true, that's my concern, that the engagement, in fact, it can only, to me, be equitable if there is some sort of basic synopsis of what the rules of this game are. And that has to be publicly available. And, to me, it should be, it should be on the website. And if, the council understood that that's the kind of public engagement you were, beginning to undertake, I think these other things might have a bit more meaning for them.
I definitely appreciate the feedback, and I know we've had a conversation about sort of a planning 101. I would like to point out that the planning department website does right now include information that explains what master plans are. There's information about the development review process. We're actually looking at taking another look at that, of all that information, to make sure that it's easy to understand. One thing that's very, very important to me, that even before stepping into this role, when I've reviewed a lot of documents, I always say, can we, let's avoid using planner jargon, especially for public documents. Can you explain this in an easy to understand way? Because, we have to be able to make sure that residents understand how important these issues are, and in order for them to give us the feedback that can be meaningful for us to do our work. But again, we actually do have information on our website about that. Another thing that we also do for community meetings is we actually explain what a master plan is, what the process will be for projects, where the opportunities will be for the community to give feedback, not just at that meeting, but in subsequent stages as well, so that residents understand that. And we also, whenever we do press releases related to newer engagement activities for projects as they're moving along, we always like to emphasize what's coming up next, not just we're having this one conversation. But I definitely, take that feedback to heart, and we can definitely look for additional ways that we can emphasize that. Because again, I agree with you. There are residents who are very familiar with how things are done and know how to insert themselves and make their voices known. And there are other residents who are just as strongly interested and strongly passionate about their communities who may not know. And our job is to make sure that they do know. So we can definitely continue to work on that.
Commissioner Pinero?
Yeah, I really like your presentation. I think you're very
Talk to your
well.
mic.
Oh,
Oh, my.
it's on. It's
Look
in
into it.
Oh, bring it down? Okay, sorry about that. No, I just wanted to congratulate you. I think you're more than well prepared to give that briefing. Something, I'd like to echo both what Commissioner Branson and Chair Sion said. I think the Planning 101 is a good idea. We used to do that when I was on the Housing Board. We would do one-on-one meetings with the council member, and we called that Housing 101, Affordable Housing 101. So to the extent that not only you involve yourself with the community and explain to them what planning in basic terms means, a lot of the particularly new council members maybe, I know they're involved on land use decisions. That's a lot of what they do. but they need to understand beyond specific development, what you guys are doing. And sometimes a one-on-one meeting is a good idea with them, and they get to know you, of course, they already know the chair, but, you kind of expose themselves to it. In terms of what Chair Zion is saying, I totally agree that the development review is really, really important. I mean, that's the crux of the matter. That's what they're looking for. And to the extent that you can prioritize certain projects that they may have more interest in the particular area that they represent, or projects that are more noteworthy with photographs or slides. Okay, this is what we're proposing in this particular development. I think that always helps for them to understand what you guys are doing, which, like Chair Zion says, it's your work. I mean, we're here approving it, but you're really doing all the work. So thank you.
Sure, and just in response to that, I already asked the team as we prepare for this presentation to give some examples of specific projects, as well as the timelines. One example is the Randolph Road Affordable Housing Project, for which there was a groundbreaking very recently, but to bring some very specific examples so that we can help to illustrate that. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hill?
I will jump in because it kind of feeds off of two of the other subjects. There are a couple of points I wanted to raise, and these aren't so much about how it gets presented to the county, but it seems like an opportunity to just give you some feedback on some issues. You mentioned equitable communities, and sort of I consider that to be what you described to be the maturity of mixed-use implementation in the county, right? Having communities that have all their services, employment, and residences in tight spaces, and we can deorient car development. But it strikes me, and this is notwithstanding what Chair Zion's just said about the current approvals, which are broad and service all of those. But I've been very concerned in the last decade that with the strength of the housing market and the weaknesses of the commercial and the employment markets, that an awful lot of our development is being converted to housing. And that's undermining the idea that we do have these nodes with local things that are there, particularly when we have planned communities where we convert the office component to housing, which I seem to have seen a fair bit of. But I think we need to keep our eye on the ball that there's a longer range thing than just capitalizing on what the hot market is. And I think you guys are doing that, but I think that's worth emphasizing to the council too, because they're going to feel the political pressure from developers who think it's a hot market and that's what they want to do. But we need that longer range vision and discipline to get what the citizens have been sold as the purpose of mixed use. It's not just about density busting, it's about making a new landscape and a new usage pattern that will be better for the environment and better for services, and we think a better living circumstance. So I'm concerned about that. And the other thing I'll mention is I happened to be at an event this weekend where there was a county health and human services table, and I just stepped over and engaged the person about it. And it was an interesting discussion, and they described quite extensively to me how they're doing outreach, particularly to communities that don't come forward often. And their particular concern is the distribution of medical services and making sure that, but it struck me that there's probably a synthesis there in the outreach, and I don't know if you have any contact with that department, and can the lessons learned by each department be better served for the whole county government, because we're all in the county government, and we might as well be capitalizing on the best opportunities, and had to do with translation services and just how they go about reaching out to particularly minority and socioeconomic communities that kind of in the same vein just don't know what's there. So how do you get to them and get their input? And while I'm talking, the last point I just wanted to bring up has to do with afforestation. And I am just wondering how we are doing on places that we can put all these off-site trees that we approve, so that, yes, we want canopy, yes, we want trees, but I loop back to the environmental presentation we had, I don't know, November, December, that really made the point that an important part of our environmental landscape is that we have all types of ecosystems, not just all of our open fields planted with trees. And I know in a different jurisdiction I was involved, that got to be a problem. We had this, afforestation goal, but we were running out of places to plant trees.
Let me just say one thing about the last issue, and that is at the staff and the prior board's initiative, they introduced, or got introduced to council, a no net loss provision in the forest conservation changes. That is coming back to council. There's a public hearing on that next week.
Yes.
I think. And that hasn't gone to this board because the prior board already had a decision on it. It would be too confused if we change the world a little bit on that aspect. But we're going forward with recommendations on reforestation and looking at that issue. And it's on the council's agenda
Okay.
already.
I guess my point is that policy and implementation have to line up.
Certainly, certainly. And we actually have Kristen Taddy and Christina Sorrento from our Intake and Regulatory Coordination Division that can also help to address your question. They are on Teams.
But you don't want them addressed now, do you? Or?
If someone wants to speak to it, sure.
Sure, I'm happy to. Hi, it's Kristen Taddy with the Intake and Regulatory Coordination Division. Commissioner Hill, I'm happy to address your last question there. So when it comes to finding space for offsite afforestation, I'd say we're doing quite well. I think I would attribute that to how we are distributing the fee and lieu contributions that we receive and how popular our programs are. So all of the fee and lieu payments that we receive go towards the department's 5 different Reforest Montgomery programs, which Tanya mentioned, including in the presentation as well. Those programs include reforestation of parkland, private properties, and also offering free and discounted trees to property owners. So the free tree and free reforestation programs specifically are our most popular programs, and there's a really good amount of demand there to allow us to continually find space to plant. So I would certainly agree with you. I think it's very important to have a diverse natural landscape and a range of native habitats, and we're very careful and considerate of that as we're planning our offsite programming, especially when we're planning reforestation projects on parkland. But we also defer to our colleagues and the experts at parks to make those decisions and let us know, when and where reforestation on parkland makes sense.
Thank you.
And of course, the big challenge in this whole part is how do we get tree structures into urbanizing landscapes, right? So we need to find every opportunity to do that.
Absolutely. There's actually a proposal in the no net loss bill that's before the council now that would encourage planting of street trees and landscaping, including urban tree plantings, as a mitigation measure. So I think, we're certainly moving in that direction.
Thank you.
Okay. I guess we're ready to go on to parks, although we heard a lot of your presentation already, I think.
That was going to be my opening remark. I got a long list here, but I can be quick because you just saw most of it. A couple things that weren't there. I'll start at the top. Operating budget overview. We will not have had the county executive's recommended budget yet, but typically in the spring semi-annual, we do talk a little bit about what, if our budget was fully funded, what would be some of the things that the council would be interested in. So we'll highlight those things as a precursor to the executive's budget. So they're starting to think about whether they really want to support some of those things that we call program enhancements, which were things where we're asking for funding. Do we actually increase service delivery in certain areas? And this is in the budget that's already been approved. The Park Recreation Open Space Plan, you did see a slide on that. We're going to highlight the recommendations of the recently approved Wheaton Regional Park Master Plan, which you saw the sports park, but another big, lots of recommendations in that plan, but one of the big ones is improving access, pedestrian and bicycle access through that park. We will highlight the actual events that we will have in our park activation program this spring with dates. Encourage the council members and their staff to attend and market those programs a little bit. We always include a graphic that we call major CIP delivery timeline. This goes back 6 months to a year and shows projects we've put on the ground, and goes ahead 6 months to a year and shows projects that we will put on the ground in the next year. And it just gives an impressive display of the amount of projects that we're pushing out. That will include park refreshers, where we go into older parks and communities and upgrade and add trending amenities. We'll have a slide on the Long Branch Initiative, which we just talked about, state and federal grants, which we just talked about. And then park visitation data and trends is a pretty neat slide where we show how we're using technology that is about cell phone utilization to try to track visitation in areas that don't have turnstiles or fee-based structure where we can count visitors. This would be, for example, how many people visited Brookside Gardens last year. And it's not perfect, but this technology is really evolving. There's a new company called CityStat, company that's been around that called Streetlight, and they basically sell data that in short form says based on how many cell phones pinged this certain tower, we can give you a good idea about how many people were in a particular place. And they're augmenting their data with being able to even tell you zip codes that those phones originated from. So you're starting to get ideas, not only how many, but where the people might have come from that come to your park. And that data is important for so many different reasons, and we have our data analytics team kind of on the cutting edge of seeing how much it can be used. I'll segue to athletic fields, both the projects we're doing in the parks and at the schools. Talk about a couple things on the trails. You heard about the Fairland Bike Park called the Pit. We're also going to highlight a program that we're continuing thanks to the Parks Foundation called the Trail Ambassador Program, where we get kids out working on the trail system, learning about riding bikes on the trails, and then at the graduation program, they actually end up with a bike. We'll highlight some program access issues. We had a great mural project at Wheaton Regional Park Playground that we dedicated last year, and then the Montgomery Explorer program, which is a growing walking program for citizens age 50 and better. I always say it's age 50 and better. We will highlight some efforts in sustainability, our progress in electrifying our equipment, and our progress on our stormwater infrastructure. We do have our own MDE, Maryland Department of Environment permit that requires us to treat stormwater in our park system where it has not previously been treated, and we're making major progress there. You saw a slide on our volunteer programs. We will highlight that. We will brag a little bit about how our enterprise program and funds survived the pandemic. As you can imagine, there were significant revenue losses at ice rinks and tennis bubbles, but I'm so impressed with the management of that program on how they maximized revenue and really cut expenses so the fund came out healthy. Still has an incredibly healthy fund balance that's actually going to be able to contribute to building some major new enterprise facilities going forward. And then lastly, 2 awards you participated in, our Public Affairs Community Partnership Awards in Marketing. And then I'm going to close with the picture of the plane and the high tension wires, and which they'll probably look at and say, why is that your closing slide? And of course, I'll tell them the story behind that.
I thought you were going to tell them it's like balancing the budget. It's keeping all of the planes in the air at the same time or something like that. Never mind. That's what you didn't mention is that we got a grant just yesterday from the federal government on park safety and trails for $7.5 million.
I really, yeah, it's brand new news as of yesterday. Our team, when I saw the good news, I had to dust off the cobweb and remember our team submitted that grant. It is a federal grant for basically Vision Zero type efforts along our down county trail network in Sligo and Long Branch and Matthew Henson to do an array of not only physical work but educational work and analysis to figure out how we're going to really tackle Vision Zero seriously in Montgomery County. So stay tuned, though. We'll be doing media release on that, and I'll be able to describe it a little more eloquently next week. I'm still digesting it, but some of our advocates out there in the community actually beat us to it. I got home last night and saw some social media posts congratulating us on this recent grant. So I'll come back
great.
next time with a little more details.
It's a great story. Commissioner Hill?
Just real quick, first of all, I admire the technology innovation with the phone usage. I think that's a great idea. And, you know, as long as privacy is observed in that, which I'm sure is going on, that's a nice usage. I also just wanted to admire that you're getting young people involved in trail maintenance. I've done work with trail maintenance and always try to get young people involved is developing a new generation of stewards, and that stewardship is going to become more important as the population grows and the urbanization happens. So that's a great initiative. And I also, I don't know if it's worth mentioning the work you're doing with the school system on playing fields. Seems to me to be something that the council might be interested that the two agencies are collaborating together in their specializations, and the parks are contributing significantly to the quality of the school facilities. I think that's a good story.
I absolutely will highlight our work with MCPS, and thank you for the comment on the trail ambassadors. That's why we picked that word ambassador to market the program. And I attended the graduation ceremony, and each of the kids spoke, and it was very clear that it was meaningful to them when they spoke, and whether some of them may have just been motivated to sign up because of a free bike, maybe, but it was clear that at the end of the program, it was more than a free bike to most of these kids.
Anybody else? Commissioner Brown?
I just wanted, in your presentation to us, you talked about the equity focus areas, but I don't see it in your presentation to the council, unless it's going to be part of the big, the overarching, overarching agenda item at the beginning. But I don't see you specifically mentioning how the equity focus areas dovetails with the park. But you definitely, you said that to us. And so I'm just saying, draw them a line too. You know, those dots sometimes don't get connected all the time. And so I guess I'm wondering, because I'm a little confused about community gardens. Do we do this? You have community gardens here as a major CIP project, and I'm wondering if there is a little more about community gardens that you could talk about. I guess what I'm ultimately trying to get to, maybe I should just get to it, is that, it's Groundhog Day, Jeff, leave me alone, is that everything you have here is really lovely, but I don't see a way that it feeds into the other part of our concern in Montgomery County, which is the ability of people to age in place. And so I'm kind of wondering, you said 50 and better, you know, early in your presentation, and so I'm wondering if there's something here, other than roller disco, of course, because I remember when we did that, is there a way to sort of bring out an activity or a initiative, and that's why I was thinking community gardens, that may particularly appeal to people who are, you know, over 60, who, you know, the whole age in place initiative.
Absolutely. I think I can tie the age in place to some of the projects and facilities, pickleball, trail expansion, and maybe weave that in instead of a unique slide, but just kind of hit that idea that we are focused on serving all demographics, including our aging community. And on the community gardens, what I'll do, the one that's under the projects is new, and when I highlight that, I'll talk about the program in general and that it is growing and that we have waiting lists at most of these gardens. And so we're always looking for spots to expand, and we do have additional community gardens in the works. And then at the end, I talk about a component of the program where we're actually donating food to food banks. So I'll make sure I cover the program comprehensively.
Thank you.
Commissioner Pinero, did you?
Yeah, I enjoy your presentation and the slides, and I wish you luck in the presentation to the council. Something that Commissioner Branson and also Commissioner Hill mentioned before when he talked about coordinating with HHS, and Commissioner Branson now mentioning about the equity areas. Let me tell you something that I see all the time, and it also requires maybe coordination with the Department of Recreation. I live in the Aspen Hill, and I see a lot of interest in soccer, football, particularly among Latinos. And whenever I see an open field, I go by and I see people turn it into a soccer field. I don't know who owns those fields, whether they're parks, I don't think so. They're open areas, but this is something that, I see that it's a way of outreaching to the community. I mean, they turn fields into areas that they can enjoy, that they can, recreation, and to the extent that you can keep your eyes open, because I've seen them on Day Hill, I've seen them on different streets, and I wonder who owns and who manages. Are those just empty, vacant areas that people all of a sudden say, let's take our coolers, we'll have a family gathering there, and we'll play soccer or football, whatever. Just keep an eye open, and there might be an interesting from the council in terms of how you can work with the rec department to kind of identify those I'm not saying that they're athletic fields, but if you see that the community is doing that, to what extent you can piggyback on it and kind of turn it into a kind of an urban park or whatever. I'm sure that people are going to love that if that happens. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, any other, seeing no comments, thank you. I think we'll proceed. Are we, do we have to stop? Yes. We'll take a pause here again. Thank you, Director. Good morning. It's February 2nd, 2023. It's Groundhog Day, so I'd like to say we're on item 1, but we're not. We're on item 6, Wheaton Downtown Briefing. We have before us Carrie Sanders, who will lead this off. Yes? Wow, I got a staff name right. Unbelievable. Thank you. If you go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to present to you all.
One other thing I'll say, this is a briefing. We're not taking any testimony on this. We did get one piece of correspondence that the staff will respond to. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Carrie Sanders for the record, Chief of Mid-County Planning. Really appreciate the opportunity to present to you today on the Wheaton downtown briefing. The purpose of our briefing today is to provide a foundation of knowledge and information leading up to the presentation of the Wheaton downtown study that we will present to you later this winter. We don't ask for you to take any action today, but we welcome your questions as we go through our presentation. And really the intent here is to give you a lot of information so that you're have that foundation as we lead into the more detailed presentation of the study later this winter. I did want to, before I turn it over to Jessica McVeary, I wanted to recognize our project manager, Luis Estrada, who has done an excellent job working on this study, and I'm excited that we'll be able to present it to you later this winter as a result of his good work. So with that, I will turn it over to Jessica.
Well, thank you, and good morning. My name is Jessica McVeary, Planning Supervisor for the Mid-County Master Plan team. So as Ms. Sanders mentioned, we are here this morning to provide a briefing on the Wheaton downtown in advance of our presentation of the Wheaton downtown study later this month. As we'll be talking about both the 2012 Wheaton Central Business District and Vicinity Sector Plan, as well as contextual information for the Wheaton downtown study, we really wanted to take a minute to talk about the relationship among our planning initiatives, including plans and studies. So this graphic should be familiar. You saw it a couple of weeks ago with the Great Seneca Plan existing conditions report. So we're just showing it again this morning because we think it's a very effective graphic. So as you know, we focus on several different types of planning initiatives. And they're all connected, as shown in the graphic on this slide. So the county's general plan, Thrive Montgomery 2050, is the overall foundation for our work, and it informs all successive plans and projects. Functional plans and countywide initiatives provide guidance and recommendations across the county on systems and topics such as transportation and historic preservation. Master plans define land use policy for a specific geographic area and set a vision for the future with specific recommendations intended to help implement that vision. And then sector plans include even more detailed guidelines for a particular geographic area that covers a smaller portion of the master plan area. So the vision of those master and sector plans is then implemented through development review. Studies offer recommendations to answer specific questions or offer potential strategies to advance achievement of a master or sector plan vision. And while studies can identify strategies to further the vision of a master plan or a sector plan, a study cannot amend the vision, the goals, or the specific recommendations of a master plan. It can't, for example, change zoning or right-of-way recommendations. So the Wheaton downtown study that we'll talk about later this month, it fits into that sort of study guidelines and standards category. And as we'll discuss, the purpose of the study is really to advance the implementation of the 2012 Wheaton CBD and Vicinity Sector Plan. Luis is going to, in the next few slides, give you an overview of Wheaton, including an overview of the Wheaton downtown study, to provide really that foundation for the study when we come back later this month. So with that, I'll turn it over to Luis.
Thank you. And for the record, Luis Estrada with the Mid-County Division. I'm happy to be here. sharing this information with you guys. What we're going to do today, as Jessica and Carrie mentioned, is to provide an overview of our general planning efforts throughout the decades in the Wheaton sector area, as a preamble to the study that we'll be presenting later this month. And we thought it would be necessary and important to get, this overview, to get everybody to understand where we are today. And how does that impact the decisions and the strategies that we will be presenting to you in a couple of weeks from now. Without further, Wheaton, we just wanted to do a general introduction to the Wheaton area by saying that it is a specialized urban center. It is a little different from the other CBDs in the county. It serves local and regional retail demand, and that's one of the primary reasons why it's attractive to the communities that surround the business core. It's surrounded by post-World War II housing that is very attractive to a lot of people, particularly newcomers. There's a lot of, from what we understand, there's younger people coming into the area, and that's reflected in the demographic information that we pulled out at the beginning of this process. It is also, most importantly, a transit hub and a crossroads. I mean, transportation is an important part of what Wheaton is today, and it also has been home to a very diverse group of small businesses over a long period of time, and those retail options are widely supported by the adjacent communities, which are socioeconomically diverse and growing more so in recent times. Together with the wide availability in the area of arts and entertainment opportunities, Wheaton's character actually has a lot of appeal to the surrounding communities in the area. There has been a long and sustained interest by the county and by this agency in promoting growth in Wheaton. And those interests have always pursued combining the promotion of growth and at the same time the retention of the small business base that exists within the area. And those are the two sides of the conversation that have always played out in the planning discussions around Wheaton. There have been a number of planning efforts associated with this area over the years. Originally, there was in 1978, there was a sector plan done for this area, which was the plan that originally applied the CBD zoning that originally existed here. And before going into that, I just wanted to mention that capacity for development has existed in the CBD for a long time now, starting with the 78 sectoral plan. The county has over the many years that they have been involved in the area, attempted a number of things to attract development to the area. And the reason why we're engaged in the production of the study that we'll be presenting in a couple of weeks is to figure out ways to further that, because the area hasn't developed as much as we would have expected after all the effort and interest that the county has put into it over the many years. Next slide. The two following slides are the demographics information that we pulled out at the beginning of our effort over a year ago. And I should clarify that the data that we're sharing that inform this pie charts, it's specifically associated to the 5 census tracts that overlap the boundary of the Wheaton sector plan. I mean, that's the extent of the data that informs this graphics. And what it told us when we did this in the beginning is that what we mentioned before is that the area is socioeconomically diverse and is growing more so. The Hispanic population is the group that has grown the most in close proximity to the CBD. The Asian and African American populations have remained reasonably stable, and non-Hispanic white is the only group that actually has reduced. But it was interesting to get the breakdowns on the particular traits of the demographic population in the area. For example, 15% of the population speaks English less than very well, which is quite telling. 39% of them are foreign-born. 22% of them are under 18 years old, and 48% of the people 25 years or younger have at least a bachelor's degree. So the newcomers into the area are skewing younger, and they're more educated as a base. Now, the other thing that I wanted to mention about the information that we're sharing is that we're also working with a consultant, an economics analysis consultant that is also doing demographic analysis for their portion of their effort. And what they have done is that they have defined a trade area that is associated with the Wheaton downtown. Their numbers are a little different than the ones we're showing here, but the trends are still the same. The trends that are coming out of those numbers are still the same. Now we're talking about businesses. What we thought was the most interesting part of the information that we pulled out is that most of the businesses in Wheaton are smaller businesses. Most of them employ 9 or fewer employees, and the vast majority of them has been established within the last decade, these 12 years or so. And the two largest sectors of employment that we have within the CBD are retail at 17% and healthcare and social assistance services, which was something that was surprising to us. But that's where we are. Can we go to the next one? Then, and as far as the planning history, we wanted to do a little snapshot of how the area became what it was. And the area had subdivisions in the area started mapping out and turning the area into a small retail concentration area as far back as the 1940s. I mean, the only large property that was set aside for significant retail regional retail was the Wheaton Mall property, which was zoned as that back in the 1950s. But there was a deliberate effort to turn this area into a small retail enclave, and the county over the years that has been involved in planning for the area has sought to support and maintain, that small retail base. As part of the subdivisions, the small business subdivisions basically were the ones that turned the area into an auto-centric area. As those properties started to develop, they all needed parking fronts, and eventually the area became an area that is specifically auto-centric. That started to change. The vision of that could be started to change a little bit when the metro station came into the area, and the properties around the metro station were able to develop in a different format after the metro station was completed. That started to help people visualize that there is potential within the downtown core to actually achieve the types of environments that we have in other CBDs in the county. And that eventually was followed by the approval of, next slide, by the approval of the 2012 Wheaton CBD and Vicinity Sector Plan, which was a plan that actually rezoned most of the downtown core, all the commercial properties within the downtown core, to the newly minted commercial or residential zones. I mean, that's, and the notion for that, even though capacity for development already existed in the area through the CBD zones that were applied within the boundaries of the central business district, the commercial residential zones make a more deliberate effort to deliver public benefits as a result of redevelopment. And part of the goal of the sector plan was to improve on the conditions in the area, for example, particularly about environmental features. I mean, there's very little to non-environmental resources within the CBD, and the notion was that improvements on things like urban tree canopy or public open space would be delivered through redevelopment efforts. Part of the reason why we are here looking at the study that where we are is trying to figure out how to further that, because, not enough has happened, as I mentioned before. And one of the biggest strategies that the sector plan in 2012 used to get there was zoning recommendations. Some of the general recommendations are listed on the slide. Capitalizing on the area's diversity by zoning for mixed use to promote redevelopment, to attract customers supportive of the existing retail base. As I mentioned, that's the balancing act that we have always been trying to pursue between promoting growth and supporting the existing small businesses in the area. Improving connectivity within and beyond the sectoral plan has always been an important goal. We've always been talking about promoting great design, particularly since the commercial residential zones were created, along with the commercial residential zones. A sector plan started to include a design component via the design guidelines document that became a companion to most of our sector plans. So that became an important part of our conversation once those were created. And as I mentioned, improving the natural and built environment by promoting reduced energy consumption and the restoration and protection of existing natural resources, particularly through redevelopment. As redevelopment projects came along, then improvements came in, and we have had a handful of development projects that have been completed after the sector plan was approved, and most of the improvements that we have seen to the public domain have been in connection to those developments. Next. And the zoning recommendations that were included in this sector plan were significant. I mean, we added a fair amount of density and height to the commercial properties within the core. And as a difference from the way the CBD zones were applied by the 78 sector plan, we expanded the application of the CR zones a bit beyond the boundary of the actual CBD, which is a contained area within the sector planning area, because we wanted to be able to expand the implementation of public benefits to other areas, particularly along the highways that surround the Wheaton core, fronting on University Boulevard, or the partial rezoning of the Wheaton Mall properties, so that we can encourage development along their frontage on Rears Mill Road. Next slide. We included height, what we believe was sufficient height to promote significant development within the area, and the notion was that the combination of those two elements would eventually promote assembly of a lot of the smaller properties were feasible, so that we could bring in improvements to the area. Next. And this just shows a few of the projects that have been completed after the sector plan was approved. It's important to mention that some of those projects actually were approved before the sector plan was completed. The two images on the left of the string, the Solaire building and the Arrive Wheaton building, which is fronting us in Georgia, those were approved and began construction before the sector plan was completed, and they were constructed under the provisions of the zoning that was already in place. The Solaire was a zoning case that rezoned the property from R60 to, I believe it was TSR, to allow the construction of multifamily, and the Arrive building was built under CBD zoning. The two next images, the George and the Ava building, were buildings that were actually built after the sector plan was approved, and they were built under CR regime kind of zones. And of course, our headquarters was completed in 2020. And it's an example of the types of investment that the county has been making within the Wheaton sector plan area to promote and attract more development to the area. Next. Now, one of the bigger challenges that we've had in trying to understand where development potential sits within the CBD, it's ownership. The clusters where smaller businesses are concentrated today are, for the most part, consisting of a number of smaller properties that are many individually owned. Within those groups of properties, there are clusters of properties that are owned by various entities. And what we see in this image is the colors that we have highlighted are the various groups that own sections of those blocks within the small business area. And what we have done as part of the study is to engage with those property owners to try to understand whether there is actual any kind of development potential within areas that may be small, but at least don't face the hurdles of assembling property together. The paths are small, and to that effect, what we have done is that we engaged two consultants that are helping us with economic analysis and with architectural studies to understand what would be the limitations of developing something in such a small group of properties, and whether incentives can be provided so that development of a scale other than a significantly large building could happen in certain parts of Wheaton. That's part of the information that we will be sharing with you when we come back later this month. And then what we wanted to do now was to basically share, show you so you can see where development has happened to date, and highlight properties where we think development potential exists. This first slide, the properties that are highlighted in blue are the properties where development has happened within the last probably 20 years. And these are in many ways, part of the image that we shared before. Solaire is down at the bottom here. This large block in here, for the most part, is the block of buildings east of Georgia Avenue that occurred after the Wheaton Metro Station was constructed. The George, which is a building that happened after the sector plan was approved, is within that block. That's an office conversion that added floors to an old office building and converted it into a rental residential building. The Arrive building, where the Safeway grocery store is located, is here. There's a group of townhomes that occurred in Grandview that was approved in the early 2000s. It's already constructed. And this is the Ava building, a rental property that it's on Blue Ridge Avenue on the northern end of the CBD. And of course, our own building, which is right in the middle of Wheaton, and that was completed in 2020. Next. And these are properties that have, as we see it, near-term potential for some kind of significant, we call it transformative development. And the property that is in the corner of Beers Mill and University has already sketch plan approval for multifamily housing, and that sketch plan was approved in May of 2022. The property on the north side, that's a combined ownership between the Parks Department and the Montgomery Housing Partnership, MHP. Originally, the property that is owned by the Parks Department was originally owned by WMATA. It was acquired by the Parks Department with the interest of developing a park facility on the northern part of the Wheaton CBD. In 2019, after they acquired this, they engaged Montgomery Housing Partnership to entertain a land swap that would allow them to develop the park in one of the MHP holdings that is more central to the residential community. And then what they did is suggested that the new development by MHP would be consolidated on the larger parcel that would include a portion of MHP-owned property plus the park's facility-owned department. And then the triangle piece that you have in here, which is currently occupied by apartments that are owned and managed by the Montgomery Housing Partnership, will become the public park facility. That development, it's being studied right now. And then we have also been in conversations with WMATA about potential for development on their properties on the southern part of the Wheaton Triangle. They own the property that where the bus depot is located today, plus the parking garage that is within the Westfield property, and they're doing their due diligence to understand whether, development potential, what's feasible, what is not in their property right now. They don't have any concrete plans yet, but they've talked to us about potential a number of times. Next. The county also owns property within the Wheaton CBD. And the properties in purple are the properties that are all owned by the county. Out of all of those, there are 4 surface parking lots that were the subject of a letters of interest request by the county earlier last year to potentially develop them as affordable housing. We understand that each one of those 4 properties received interest, and they're the agency that controls the property, the Department of Transportation, the County Department of Transportation now is managing the follow-up to that process. So hopefully some small-scale development will come out of this that will be inserted into the areas where we want improvements to happen. Next. And then the properties in yellow that we are highlighting are properties that we see as having potential. The smaller ones north of University, we feel that they have potential because they're clusters of smaller properties, but as we mentioned before, they're all under single ownership. So they don't have to deal with the hurdles of assembling the property by acquisition, so we think there's potential there. We have been actually in conversations with the owner for at least one of those groups of properties. And then there is the section of the Westfield Mall that was rezoned to CR zoning as part of the 2012 sector plan. We think it has a lot of potential for development, and we understand that they are actually exploring alternatives. They don't have any definitive plans yet to share publicly, but they have been looking at that. Next. And lastly is the cluster of smaller properties that I was talking about at the beginning of the process. I mean, this is the core of the Wheaton downtown. I mean, this is in many ways the reason why a lot of people like coming here. They like the offerings out of all those small businesses, and it is, as I mentioned, a balancing act. How do you promote improvements and to the public domain and still retain the character that people come to Wheaton looking for? So that's part of the challenge in dealing with that sector. Next. But then, and there's also been, this whole discussion has been about private investment and redevelopment, but the county has also spent a lot of effort in building facilities within the vicinity of the Wheaton downtown area, again, in the effort of making the area more attractive to attract development interest. I mean, the Wheaton Library and Recreation Center is a great example of a county investment. Directly across the street from that is the new building for the Volunteer Rescue Squad, which was also a county investment. Our own facility here, together with Mayor and Friar Town Plaza, directly across the street, delivered a significant public open space which is badly needed in the area. And there's also transportation improvements that are happening in the area. The county there is a separated bikeway that is fairly far along in design and will be constructed on Amherst Avenue. And there's another one that is being already in the process of being designed on Grandview Avenue. There's 2 parallel ways to Georgia Avenue to move cyclists in a safer way through the CBD. There's also the discussion about BRT related to Veers Mill Road, and that is also on the way. And then there's a pilot program to actually install dedicated bus lanes leading from University Boulevard to the bus depot downtown Wheaton that will be coming shortly. So those are examples of the types of investment that the county is making to improve the area. Again, hopefully to make it more attractive to development interests. Next. And just to summarize, I mean, the area has a lot of strengths, and it also has a lot of challenges. So we list here a number of items that we think are strengths for the area that could actually attract development. It has great regional accessibility. High quality transit and vehicular connections are really good and connect very quickly to other important centers within the county. It has a very unique character we have mentioned before, and that a lot of people love and would like to see maintained. It supports a diverse retail and restaurant offerings that are very supported by surrounding communities. It has a lot of development potential. It always did. It continues to have it via the planning efforts and all the rezonings that have been implemented over the years as part of our sector planning efforts. There is county interest in getting the area to grow and move forward. And the county has actually demonstrated that by investing in facilities within the area. And there are, as I mentioned, anticipated infrastructure improvements that are coming in the form of BRT connections and bikeway facilities. And there's also discussion about improving some of the crossing points between districts along some of the major highways that cross the core of Wheaton. Next. But there are challenges. There are the major roadways, for example, that become a source of a quick connection to other areas are a real hurdle to pedestrians. I mean, they are actually sort of kind of rivers or cars that actually are very difficult to cross and that separate all the districts that were identified by the 2012 sector plan. Comfortable pedestrian connections between the surrounding communities and the core is also another source of concern. We've heard a lot about that from the community and talking about how hard it's sometimes to get from one of the surrounding communities to the center of Wheaton if you just want to walk to it. Public open space is something that always comes up. And in the conversations we have with the community, they want more open space. I mean, they're happy with the plaza that this project that our headquarters delivered, but they feel that the area needs a lot more, and they wonder where is it going to come from and where is it going to land. And overall maintenance is something that is a subject that has come up. There's in general sort of a lack of private investment in improving and maintaining smaller structures. That's another concern that has been raised as part of the outreach that we conducted. Next. And this is a graphic that was produced by one of our colleagues that are working on the pedestrian master plan, and we wanted to use that to highlight the pedestrian connectivity issues that we're having. And if you look at this graphic, all the lines in red are areas that are considered undesirable areas for pedestrians. And within the core of Wheaton, there are many. And improving those is a priority for the residents that have actually come out to participate in the events that we put together to hear from them. Next. And then this is just to summarize what we have done, what our process have been. The overview that we have shared of Wheaton today is information that we have collected as part of the preamble work that led to the study, and it's a number of different sources. I mean, first there's staff work that happened before we actually engage the public. Then there is community input. We had a number of events and ways of actually collecting information from both residents and property owners. And we also had consultants that supported our effort to help us sort of steer the strategies in a sort of realistic way. And that's sort of the combination of sources that led to the presentation that we're going to be sharing with you in a couple of weeks. Now, as part of our outreach, we engaged a number of organizations from the beginning just to get some feedback. We started, of course, with entities that are involved with the discussions about development in Wheaton, like the Wheaton Urban District Advisory Committee. We've presented to them in a couple of occasions, and they have been really good in steering us in various directions and people that we should be talking to. We also have spoken with property owners and with organizations that are involved in supporting small businesses in the area. We have also spent time talking to public agency partners to understand better where our strategies should be going, so that we can be in sync with efforts that they may be conducting at the time. And we have a list in here of the things, the events that we organized, but I wanted to mention that our point of departure for the discussions that we had with the community was based largely on a forum that was held on 2018 by the Wheaton Urban District Advisory Committee, in which they gathered the community to sort of prioritize and focus their recommendations on the sector plan to prioritize implementation. And that was a forum that was organized in three parts. I mean, they actually put out a questionnaire to the community. Then they had a community input session, and then they had what they call a decision makers forum, where they actually presented the priorities that were identified by the community to those who were in charge of making decisions about the area. And that effort produced a number of priorities that served as largely the base of our point of departure for organizing our outreach efforts. And then we have been out in community events, putting tables and gathering information. We had two open houses, one in person, one virtual. And the information that was shared in those open houses was also shared online, and we asked for additional comment from residents. And what we have heard is largely in the lines of the priorities that came out of the 2018 WUDAC forum. And that forum actually focused in three specific areas of action. They summarize their priorities as being administration, connectivity, and public open space. Administration, to basically develop a system of accountability and provide resources needed so that the vision of the sector plan could be implemented. About connectivity, the main goal was to improve pedestrian mobility and develop a sort of multimodal transportation plan that will reduce congestion and improve mobility throughout the downtown area. And public open space is a big priority. I mean, they suggested developing a plan that identified, how open space could be improved and spread out throughout the downtown area. So those priorities came out again loud and clear when we did our own outreach process, and that's largely been the base for the strategies that you will be hearing in a couple of weeks next. And that's sort of all we have. Our next steps is to come back to you in a couple of weeks with the strategies that will be included in the study, and later this year transmitting and briefing county council on those strategies. So with that, I open to questions.
Thank you for the presentation. A lot of good work in there.
Yeah, let me ask Luis a couple of questions. I agree with you that what Wheaton needs is private development. I mean, we have to preserve what we have, but not increase. I've always been, when I was on the housing board, I was against developing more affordable housing in this area. Because when we look, this is an equity area, just like Gaithersburg and Long Branch. What we need is more diversity. And when I talk about diversity, you also have to think about the schools. The schools are becoming majority, minority. And that people think about it. And I've talked to many families that have said, I'm not moving to Wheaton because of the schools. So we have to think, that's why I always think that we have to look at the issue of equity as an overall county issue. Areas that don't have enough diversity should have diversities. Areas that have too much diversity, we should be looking at private development. How do you accomplish that? It's difficult. I mean, you've brought up a number of issues like, where do you do the development? when I was at HOC, we turned down the Ambassador apartment, which was an SRO, single-room occupancy. It used to be a Holiday Inn hotel, and we intentionally brought it down because we wanted to do a mixed income development, just like we did at Metro Point right here. I mean, you look at, that was a major headache dealing with Wamara. I mean, the cost just went through the roof. We had to go back to the county to get bond financing for that project. And it was very difficult. I know we're thinking about other airspace here on dealing with Wamara, so good luck on that. But, you know, I totally agree with you. I think we need more private development, more market type of housing, more commercial, more office, more, you know, assisting some of the small businesses. But the equity areas have to be treated not as an areas that, okay, we need more affordable housing. We need more affordable housing in areas that don't have affordable housing in the county. That's my opinion.
Okay. And we'll hear more about this from the study. Right now, they're presenting us the existing conditions.
Definitely.
So-
I just wanted to, I enjoy your presentation. I really like the fact that you're in favor of more development for Wheaton. I think, you know, we need to, I don't, you know, I don't know much about the HOC properties or the MHP, but I'm glad that they're moving forward. I know when I was at the board, we decided, you know, on that project on Verse Mill and University, to tear it down and to negotiate with the car dealer next to it to try to do something bigger. So I'm glad that that's happening, and I look forward for your plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Branson.
Hi, yeah, my question is kind of short. I'm trying to figure out, I'm looking at your map here on the capital improvements program, where you have the planned transit, bikeways, art center, yada, yada, okay. So, as I look at that, you know, when it comes to these bike lanes, one thing I understand, you know, the policy, you know. I'm wondering, since we are in the you are in the study phase, whether or not there is some kind of bike census that happens. I mean, do you all study like how many people are riding bikes at what hours, and you know what's the, you know, because I know that a lot of people think these bike lanes are just a big old pain. Okay, and so I'm trying to understand, you know, as we are, you know, thinking about, it looks like from this, expanding them or making, you know, making more of them. I'm wondering if the studies you undertake can also involve, I guess, what I can only call a bike census, you know, to figure out the necessity, where the bikes are being used. I really can't tell from this map because I'm just not good at maps, where the metro is on all this, because it doesn't seem like we got bike lanes rolling through the metro. Jeff is going to help me. Okay, so it's there's one huge bike lane that that doesn't seem to go near the metro. So I'm just trying to figure out this bike lane thing, okay? And I guess what I'm asking you to do is to please gather a bit more information on the usage of the bike lanes, because I'm just not, it's not adding up to me as far as what's necessary and what is actually good for most people. That's my 2 cents worth. Thank you.
If I may, we're going to get the pedestrian bikeway plan before us in a little bit.
Well, if I can clarify, there's two different plans. There is a bicycle master plan that was already approved and adopted in 2018 that already identifies locations in a county where new bike facilities should be installed. So this effort is informed by that, which has already been adopted. The pedestrian master plan is what the board will be getting very shortly. That's focusing specifically on pedestrian facilities.
Thank you.
And that's Tanya Stern, for the record, acting planning director.
I mean, to some degree, our bike aspirations are aspirational to create an entire environment where biking is in fact welcome. And you can't do that a little bit out of the time and say, well, there's nobody on it, we shouldn't do a bike. So we're planning for all modes in the future in conformance with the Thrive general plan.
Exactly.
Right. No, I understand that. I understand that, on some level, it is if you build it, they will come. But guess what? Maybe not.
That's right.
And so, I just think facts are important to inform aspirations. That's sort of what I'm requesting.
Got it.
On a bike system, I would just observe that it's a chicken and egg problem, and in a way, the system is only as strong as its weakest link, because to get from one place to another, you experience that as something unsafe, so you don't do it, and that's the dilemma. Now, a couple things. First of all, I just wanted to make the observation, you mentioned this, but it seems to be the road connections for Wheaton are unusually good to all the nodes around it, and that's the car-centric background undoubtedly influencing what's here, but I really like the synthesis of that road network meeting Metro here, and I think that's a real strength in this particular area. I originally read the emphasis about natural resources, and I happened to be on the 14th floor of this building, and I was standing at the window thinking, what natural resources? It looks like seas of concrete, but I think you addressed that as the desire to establish more, and I would think verdancy is a particular issue for residents in the area, right? Mm-hmm. Green spaces and the freshness that brings is something that this area particularly cries out for in my eye. I'm concerned about the viability of the mall, right? We've lost White Flint. Lake Forest just closed. There's grumblings about whether Montgomery Mall may close, which is also a Westfield site. And I think that's a critical element economically to this area and also a very large physical piece of it. And I'm hoping that that's being looked at a little bit about, do we expect that has long-term viability, or has retail just changed to the extent that people don't want to come to an indoor mall anymore, is a critical question going forward here. But let me stop for a minute and see if you have any comment about those things I'm throwing out quickly.
No, we've had conversations with the Westfield folks, and our understanding is that they're exploring the potential on the areas that were rezoned by the 2012 sector plan. That's where the mixed uses are possible, and that's where their potential sits. I mean, they haven't indicated that there will be any changes to the rest of the property, and I don't know that we can speak to the health of the rest of the retail offerings in the property at this point, but we can certainly try to have that conversation with them.
I can also note in those conversations with Westfield, they have noted some of the other projects they've done in Montgomery County as well as across the U.S., where they have redeveloped their mall sites to incorporate a mix of uses to add housing. And so you may be familiar with the Montgomery Mall site, which came before the previous planning board for an approval, and that involved that very business strategy that they're applying across the U.S., which involved adding more housing to the mall site. So we don't have a submission for the Wheaton Mall, but we do understand when they do redevelop, it will be that area that you see on the screen that says midterm potential. That will be where their focus will be, because that is the area that has the zoning potential for them.
Yeah, I'm hopeful for Wheaton Mall a little bit more because it is more centrally located, the road networks come for regional activity, not just local, and the density of the population here is greater. And I think those are properties that White Flint and Lake Forest and even Montgomery Mall don't enjoy to the same extent. So, but I think that's a critical question. Are we overparked in Wheaton? It's I see a lot of parking lots. I see a lot of empty parking lots when I look at, again, looking out the window. Is that a matter that we should be looking at here?
That's a very good question, and it all depends on who you ask. We have, if you speak to small business owners, they'll tell you that they don't have enough parking, that they need facilities that are in close proximity to their businesses so that they can actually have parking for their staff, so they can receive deliveries and all that. But if you speak to entities like Humara, who is like doing their due diligence to try to understand whether development is feasible, they'll tell you that the delivery of parking facilities per code is one of the things that makes it hard for them to get things to pencil out. So we, we'll come back with you with this when we come back with the study, but one of the strategies that we're listing in there is that we're recommending that district-wide parking analysis is done, so that we can entertain alternatives that can help everybody meet their needs. We don't know what the results of a study like that would be, but at least we're recommending that it be done.
Another observation I'd just like to make is, Wheaton strikes me as a distinct place that I think is good. I'm not sure I agree with Commissioner Pinero that too much diversity is bad. I think we're trying to gain diversity around the county in general, but I do really support his point about equity of facilities, and that's something that we really need to focus on. I think a large component of this is market affordability, and not just in the housing, but also in the businesses, right? I'll note that our correspondence, very, very briefly summarized, sort of says, why isn't Wheaton like Bethesda? And, the history is obviously very different, and I'm not sure it should become like Bethesda. I think, yes, maintenance issues about the upkeep of some of the small storefronts and all, but I think that is excellent that we have local businesses owned by individuals and a lot of diversity in those. I think one of the things that comes with the upscaling of certain places is the enfranchisement, the franchised nature of those businesses that are big, and they're expensive because only deep pockets can afford them. And I'm glad that we have the diversity of small business. I think that's a real strength of this particular location that really identifies Wheaton. So I just wanted to make that as a statement. And in fact, I'm also interested that we have sort of the mall, the regional retail here, and then all the small retail coexisting. I think that's also a good texture for Wheaton.
Okay. Commissioner Presley, we see your hand.
Yes, I think, first of all, kudos for having come this far with Wheaton. I was part of the original, planning back then. It's always been a struggle to get the mix and the balance right. And one of the things that was very clear from the residents and the small business owners was trying to preserve that. And so I agree with Commissioner Hill. That's, preserving that type of diversity. Everything doesn't need to be a Bethesda. This has its own unique character that should be preserved. The one concern that I have, based on the research that's been done about, needing more housing and less commercial and less retail, well, in some ways, I wonder if we need to have I guess I would call it just like an ag reserve. I wonder if we need to have some sense of commercial reserve, because once things are all housing, like how do you go back and add commercial when you need it? I think that's a struggle, and I don't know, like nobody's got a crystal ball, but what kind of thought is being given to preserving certain areas for future commercial?
That's a very big question. Does staff want to say anything about that, or?
I think that's all the points that the commissioners have made have given us some good thoughts to think about, particularly as we embark on some of our larger countywide efforts. I think, I don't have an answer as it relates to Wheaton for you today, but it's something we can reflect on as we come back and report to you in a few weeks. And I think countywide, it is something that we need to think about. One of the benefits of our CR zones is that we allow commercial and residential. Some areas in the region actually don't have zones like that and are having to do a lot of rework in terms of their zoning to allow conversion to residential where they had commercial. So at least we have that asset in the county, and that we have these zones that are flexible in our central business districts and by metro typically. So, but I do think that's a really interesting point and something we can dig into a bit more.
And then going back to what Commissioner Branson was asking about the bikes, I think it's really important because I know, we've had such a big thrust, when Casey was chair and all of these, even before then. But what kind of follow-up are we doing to see how those bike paths that have been implemented, what is the usage we're getting out of those? And as Commissioner Hill stated, that some of it has to do with whether or not there are safe crossings all the way through. Because if it's only partial, people aren't going to use it. But in areas where we already have, connected bike paths, are we following up to see what the usage is? And can we even get a report on that?
I think that's something that we can certainly take a look at. We'll need to bring in our countywide planning and policy staff and also MCDOT and others to see if that type of data has already been collected. But it's a good question. Let us look into it and we can come back to you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, commissioners. Thank you for the presentation. We appreciate it, and we appreciate all the work you're doing. Thank you very much. We're pausing now to go to our next. We're pausing now. Good afternoon, actually. This is the February 2nd, 2023 session of the Planning Board. We are on item 7, Administrative Subdivision Number 6, 2023-0010, Donner Property. This is a public hearing, and we have speakers for this. Two people signed up in advance. I'll allow the additional person who wishes to speak. When you get to it, you'll have about 3 minutes, and I'll let you know. First, we'll hear from staff, then we'll hear from the speakers, then we'll hear from the applicant. If that's okay with everybody, let's proceed.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Amy Lindsay with Mid-County Planning, and I'm here to present Administrative Subdivision Number 62023-0010, Donner Property at Grays Lane. Staff recommendation for this application is approval with conditions as enumerated in the staff report and modified herein. Now, this is an administrative subdivision plan which can generally be approved by the director, and the administrative subdivision plan is only applicable under certain circumstances. In this case, it is for up to 3 lots for detached houses in any residential zone. And the planning board must determine that the layout of the subdivision is appropriate given the location, type of development contemplated, and that the master plan is conformed to, public facilities are adequate, and that forest conservation law and stormwater management is met, as you would with any subdivision plan. It's just that this plan meets the requirements for being an administrative subdivision plan. It is being heard by the planning board at a public hearing because we did hear from the community and felt it was important that this have a public hearing. The site is located in the Kemp Mill community. The Kemp Mill community, the subject property is shown here with the red star, is very centrally located. You see the Georgia Avenue corridor to the west with Wheaton and Glenmont, and then the New Hampshire corridor to the east with White Oak and Colesville. Kemp Mill is, midway in between, and it's a primarily residential community. You can see the big green spot in the center, right next to the red star, is Wheaton Regional Park. Zooming in on the site vicinity, you could see that Kemp Mill Road is here and that Grays Lane intersects Kemp Mill Road. At the corner of Kemp Mill and Grays Lane is the Kemp Mill Synagogue with the Wallerstein Mikveh, and that this area is within the 2001 Kemp Mill Master Plan. Even though you see a variety of lot sizes, everything you see on the screen is within the R90 zone, and it is directly adjacent to Wheaton Regional Park. And you can also see Odessa Shannon Middle School, which has been recently rebuilt just at the south of the slide. So the property is 2.2 acres in size, and it is served by public water, but it is on septic, which we will explain a lot more shortly. It's within the Northwest Branch watershed, which has a number of properties that are all larger lot and on septic as you run east towards the Northwest Branch. The property is predominantly forested, with the much larger forest continuing from Wheaton Regional Park, 2.24 acres. So there's only 0.04 acres of the property that is not forested, and that's directly near the Grays Lane. There is a People's Choice path that runs from Wheaton Regional Park to Gray's Lane. It is not improved. It is a dirt path. And you can see that camps that use the park have actually constructed some interesting shelters on this private property, because there's no demarcation right now to show you that this is not part of the park property. Access to this property is along Gray's Lane, which part of Gray's Lane is publicly owned and has been improved to county standards. And to the west from that red line, Gray's Lane is privately owned. And it is not in, normally when we have a private road, it is within its own parcel. It's got, it was set up through the development process. That's not how this occurred. So there is a 15-foot right-of-way owned by WSSC within the private right-of-way of Gray's Lane, and that's what provides public water to the properties. Now, that's not wide enough to also include a sewer line, so that it is not possible to upgrade these properties to public sewer. So I'm just going to walk you down Gray's Lane so you get a sense, because I think this will really help you understand this application. So here we are at the corner of Gray's Lane and Kent Mill Road. And as we walk forward, that was the public portion. So here's the transition. This is the entrance to the mikveh, and there are a couple of signs right there letting you know that it's not publicly maintained further on, and that there is not a public entrance to the park, which we'll also get to. So you can see, here's the beginning of the private portion of the road. And as we move further on, at this point, it is asphalt, but you can see how the road gets significantly more narrow. And at this point, it is gravel, still well-defined, but definitely more narrow. And finally, this is essentially how the road ends, is at the subject property.
So there's no access to the school from that road right now?
Right now, there is not, and there won't be at the end of this application either. Maybe in the future, but, so Gray's Lane was set up through a 1933 will that was recorded in the will records, book HGC 5 and page 431. And Mr. Gray, at that point in time, land could be subdivided by deed. So he set up these parcels with a private road for the use of the property owners. And you can see the case track. This was not park property at the time. There was the case track, and so it also extended straight through to provide access to the case track. Now this is part of Wheaton Regional Park, and so that's not really an issue. So this is how access to this area was set up. And you can see the property lines here. So the private right-of-way is not on its own tract. It's not on its own lot. It just runs across the properties, and there is no maintenance agreement or anything. There was a court case that decided that codified the access to the properties, and recorded an easement within Book 48504, page 437. You can see the subject property down here. Now, I'll caution you that when you see aerial photos, everything doesn't line up right, but there are surveyors involved to make certain that, you can see this is a surveyed line, that things are being done in a legal manner respectful of people's private properties. The proposal is to subdivide this one parcel into 2 lots for 2 houses and 2 parcels. The first parcel, Parcel A, is to allow for future dedication for right-of-way, public right-of-way, so that in the future we can create a public road here. If we were to dedicate it now, we would have an island of right-of-way that the public would be responsible for maintaining without, it wouldn't be connected to anything, without true public access. Also, we have Parcel B. Remember how I showed you that People's Choice path? This is to allow for the future access to Wheaton Regional Park. Since right now, this drive does not have public access. It is privately owned. This will allow us at a future time, if possible, to dedicate this for public access. And that's why we have these 2 parcels here. As I mentioned earlier, this is development on septic. So we have the septic fields with reserve septic fields. The reserve septic fields are there in case the septic field fails. And these are located based on where the soil perks and how the land flows. So we have a forest conservation easement that I'll talk more about, but this area cannot be put in forest conservation easement because that's for preserving forest in perpetuity, whereas we recognize that at some point in the future, it may be necessary, if these septic fields fail, for these reserve septic fields to be activated, and we don't want to be standing in the way of that. Fire access has been incorporated by having a T turnaround, and the applicant has used the 2 driveways to do a shared driveway that will have an easement over it so to maintain fire access, so that a fire truck can pull in here and then can use that driveway, which is built to fire department standards. And then we have 2 side-loaded garages. So disturbance has been minimized, and really the amount of pavement has been minimized. Gray's Lane has a 20-foot wide easement right now. And there are some areas of Gray's Lane that will be improved, and that's in front of the subject property. We'll have asphalt laid down, and that will be 20 feet wide. The parts of it that are gravel now will be converted to asphalt, but they will not be widened. The fire department has approved this plan, and this is really the minimum amount of improvements and will make the entire street much safer. You can see that our public road right-of-way, future right-of-way, has this curve, which the previous right-of-way did not have. It just continued on straight. That has to do with a master plan recommendation, which we'll be showing you in just a moment. So this shows you the access improvements, the existing access existing access with the proposed improvements. This application meets all standards of the R90 zone. This is the master plan recommendation that called for linking Grays Lane to Monticello Avenue. You can see that curve right there. So while we cannot achieve that goal through this application, we can do the minimum that we need to now for this to meet all requirements, but set the property up for future improvements so we can meet this goal. There is a forest conservation plan associated with this application. It calls for the retention of 0.61 acres of forest. You can see once again the reserve septic fields. Now this other forest will not be cleared now. It will be cleared when the reserve septic fields are needed. You can see the two houses here with the fire access and the limits of disturbance that are required to construct this development. There is also a forest conservation variance for specimen tree removals and impacts to specimen trees. You can see in orange are the trees proposed for impact, and in red are the trees proposed for removal. Commissioner Hill had a question about a specific tree, and that tree was not 30 inches and greater, which we try to minimize the impacts to every tree. And really, I think the applicant has done a very good job of minimizing what needs to be done in order to meet the requirements for development. This plan is consistent with all provisions of Chapter 50, the subdivision regulations, the zoning ordinance, and the master plan. Adequate public facilities exist for the proposed development, and the findings as detailed in the staff report. For community outreach, the applicant has met all of the proper signage, noticing, and submittal requirements. We have heard from the community, and this is just a brief summary of the issues, but one of them, and they're all sort of wrapped up together. So there's the increased density on Grays Lane, and the expansion of the existing private street. I'll let them speak for themselves, but I think they would like to see as little change as necessary on their road. The potential damage to Grays Lane due to construction vehicles, that's a definite concern, and the impacts on neighbors' trees, which they have restrained their limits of disturbance through the development process. For example, the initial application showed 2 driveways, and we worked with them to get it down to, 1 driveway, and then, having that serve the dual purpose of the fire access turnaround instead of there being a fire access turnaround and 2 driveways. So I think the applicant has definitely worked to minimize their impacts on the community. We do have one correction. In the schools section, we state that this is a de minimis impact. However, it is more proper to state that, it is more correct to state that this development does not generate any children through the schools test, and that there is no utilization premium payment required. And that will be corrected and updated in the resolution. And with that, staff recommends approval with conditions of Administrative Subdivision Plan number 62023-0010 done her property at Grays Lane as enumerated in the staff report and is modified herein.
Commissioner Hill has a question.
Yeah, I just have a clarification on the fire turnaround part. Doesn't that dedication as fire space really make that a fire lane? And does that become a parking issue for the private property owners?
So they have the ability, fire has the ability to require signage. And we will certainly reach out to her. I will point out that the properties have a garage and driveway that is not fire access. So there's parking for at least 2 cars here, but we will check with her to see if she would like signage there.
Yeah,
She has a,
what I'm really after is notice, right? Because normally you park your driveway however you want. And we're setting up a condition that says that's kind of not appropriate here if we need fire trucks at some point, right?
understood. We will reach out to her, and if she would like signage there, then she will require that.
Okay, if we can now have the public
Can I-
speakers.
Let me
Oh,
ask you a question about who's raising the community concerns?
We're going to hear from them.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, good, I didn't
Could
know
I ask
that.
one more question about the fire lane, please?
Who,
course.
Commissioner Presley, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand.
I have concern not just about whether it's marked, but people who live in homes and have these nice backyards and everything like that, I myself do. Parking is a problem when you have company. If someone's going to mark that stuff as, no parking at any time, that means, I don't know where someone's going to park and come visit. You can't tell your visitors to all ride bikes. How can that be solved so that there's an appropriate amount of parking for visitors as well as this turnway for the fire department?
Thank you for the question. This is Matt Folden for the record, Regulatory Supervisor of the Mid-County Division. So what we have here is a special circumstance where we don't have a fire department compliant turnaround on the road today. And so the approved fire access plan shows this wider, I think it's a 20-foot wide apron that flares out to a wider width. There's an additional driveway, and Ms. Lindsay, if you could just circle the garage of each one of the houses and then the driveway that breaks off of the fire lane. And so what needs to happen as far as the fire access plan, it does need to be signed and clear, which is common on private properties. And there will be additional driveway space on both properties and the associated garage, just to be able to accommodate those guests. Does that answer your question?
It does, except I'm not sure how many. I'm living in a condition in Clarksburg where initially they didn't make the roads wide enough, so they came in later and put no parking signs on the one side to accommodate for, obviously for fire and rescue. But almost every day, people park right along that sign because there's nowhere else for them to park. And my concern would be really making sure there is enough, whether those other driveways, go back further so that they're wider and deeper. You think about things like just family gatherings, Thanksgiving, something like that. You could have as many as 6 extra cars, if not more. And I just wouldn't want it to be that they're parking in the fire lane.
I understand the concern.
And if there's nowhere else to park, they will.
Thank you. And one thing that may not be clear here, and maybe I didn't do a good job of explaining it, basically between the garage and the stippled area, the gray area in the middle of the shared driveway, there will be additional driveway that is very much consistent with this type of single-family residential development. One of the concerns that we heard from the community was a desire not to expand Gray's Lane beyond what is minimally required for fire access. And so what needs to happen, it needs to be a minimum of 12 feet wide for fire access in this case. And the Clarksburg situation is just a little bit different because of the parking, those streets need to be 28 feet wide for two-way traffic and on-street parking. And in this case, the road varies in width, but in many places it's between 14 and 15 feet, which is in excess of what's required for the fire department standard. And what we're talking about in front of the property here is that it'll be widened to 20 feet for fire access with the provision of this T turnaround and then the driveway for each of the respective homes on beyond the T turnaround.
Okay, if we can.
Thank you.
If the people who wish to testify come up to the table, please. Don Schwartz, Marilyn Schwartz, and the gentleman whose name I don't know, but will introduce himself in a second. If you could take about 3 minutes apiece, I will sort of time you, just in case I have to. It's one of those things I do as chair. Who would like to go first? Marilyn or Don or?
Maybe I will begin first.
Okay.
Thank all the commissioners.
Please.
And the board.
Oh, yeah, please press your,
Can you hear me?
No, you have to press the button.
press the button.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
No, I think that's a very good point that you just made, using this microphone in the proper way, because I noticed that, you don't have to hold it, okay. But I noticed that, I think people are speaking at a greater distance to the microphone than is necessary, because sometimes the volume is garbled. But I do want to especially commend Sherry Branson, who spoke close to the microphone, and so that her intelligent and cogent remarks could be heard properly. And thank you so much. So we very, very much appreciate everything that Montgomery County does to make this a choice place to live. We have lived here since 1973, and we built a home on Grays Lane about 25 years ago, and have been very pleased with the neighborhood and with the greater community and with Montgomery County as a whole. We appreciate your attention to our concerns. Our concerns really is that we want to maintain the area the way it is. We don't want our properties infringed on or damaged. And we want to also clarify that the green area is that a conservation area, or is that a potential area for further house development? If that could be clarified.
It's conservation area, it's not a lot.
It's a conservation area?
Yes.
Okay, good. And so we are concerned that with heavy equipment, there may be damage to Grays Lane. We asphalted several hundred feet of Grays Lane when we first moved in, and we don't want to have to do it again at our own expense if it's caused by construction vehicles. So that is one of our chief concerns, and I'll let Richard or my wife speak subsequently. Yes.
Ms. Schwartz.
All right.
Please just introduce yourself.
Yes, surely. I'm Marilyn Schwartz. I did have the pleasure of speaking with Amy Lindsay. She did explain things rather clearly, but in a sense, just to give a little bit of context, we purchased the property about 30, close to 35 years ago, before we actually built. But before we even purchased the property, we spoke to the planning board. We looked at our interest, the property that we were interested in. We did due diligence. I did all the work, the groundwork, that could we get sewer? Could we get water? And what, about electricity, everything. And could we get a driveway? And then we purchased the property. What disturbed me was that the Donners didn't do anything. They purchased the property and then sort of expected that they can build. And then they learned that they didn't have water, or they didn't have sewer, they didn't have the different necessities that they would want to have in a house. Ultimately, they moved back to New York and then decided they were going to develop the property. And to a certain extent, the thing that disturbed me when you talked about parking was that this, to me, was, Grays Lane was like a shared driveway. Their area was sort of what I consider landlocked. They didn't have certain access. But that's okay. But if you're going to have a situation where you're now changing the order of things, and you are allowing people to think of Gray's Lane as not a driveway, but access to the park. There's a sign that currently is up that says no access to the park. There was a previous sign that was no access to the park. This is private driveway. Now it's sort of shifting what Gray's Lane, where our property is, to where people can drive up, and maybe they'll need parking in order to then get out and walk through the park. There are issues of, people kind of just coming and looking around. It's sort of encroaching a bit on what we thought of as a private enclave, excuse me. So that's my take on it. Ms. Lindsay happened to mention that a lot was of what was considered was based on the will of Mr. Gray. Well, I've read that will. It was racist, anti-Semitic, no Jews, no blacks were permitted in this area. So I think to use a will as a premise for anything, it just strikes me as kind of ironic. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Those are my issues. I thank board members and just want a certain amount of accountability. I know that the Donners have purchased, legal help and counsel. We did not. We did pave the driveway, as my husband had said, because one of our neighbors, Mr. Bean, who was a relative of Mr. Gray, was actually born in that area, had said his wife died of pulmonary disease. And he felt that the rocks that were used, the rocks that were on the driveway, the Gray's Lane, the pebbles and rocks were churned up, and they were asbestos laden. And ultimately, she died. We put in just let me finish the sentence. We paved the driveway out of consideration for this neighbor who ultimately did die, actually, of pulmonary fibrosis. We're not in a position to redo the driveway. I would just like a certain amount of accountability to any damage that is done to the Gray's Lane, that the Donners or the construction company take care of. That's the only thing.
Thank you.
And thank you for your consideration.
Sir, you need to introduce yourself since I don't have your name or...
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Richard Shore, S-H-O-R-E. I just found out about this hearing yesterday, late afternoon, so I apologize. I would have submitted something and certainly signed up formally to speak at this hearing, and I appreciate the commission's, the planning board's graciousness in allowing me to speak, even though I didn't formally sign up. And just very quickly, I grew up in Kemp Mill. I'm 62 years of age now. I think I was probably in the range of 5 when my parents bought a house on Charlton Drive in Old Kemp Mill. Ultimately, we moved to Kemp Mill Road, and in fact, my parents stayed in that house until they became very elderly. My wife and I bought 917 Gray's Lane through a trust, I think just before the COVID era, and loved the house, loved the little country lane in the midst of suburbia, and have been very happy there. I should say in terms of my history, Kemp Mill Elementary School, what was then Eberkley Junior High School, which I didn't enjoy, and then Kennedy High School. So very strong and very long-standing ties to the neighborhood and to the community. We love Silver Spring, love Kemp Mill, and certainly have loved being in this property on Gray's Lane. So I was not able to kind of thoroughly research everything, certainly could not consult with legal counsel on this. And my concerns about anything that might happen in connection with the subdivision really are focused on what happens to Gray's Lane itself. We would not want to see the lane widened, and our understanding is that the current plan is not to widen Gray's Lane except for the portion directly in front of the Donner property. And part of the reason is that would have a dramatic, widening it to the full 20-foot width of the easement would have a dramatic aesthetic and financial impact on our property. I have pictures which I can submit if that's useful, but they're right in front of our house. One of the nicest features of it, 5 very large, very nicely trimmed holly trees, and we certainly would not want to lose those just personally. And also, we think that that would have an impact on the aesthetics of the neighborhood itself. We would wind up with potentially our driveway being parallel to Gray's Lane, but very close to it. And the road, we think, would potentially, and I don't know exactly where the lines are drawn and where the easement is. So to some extent, I'm speculating, again, based on the fact that I didn't have a huge amount of time to look into this, but we would not want to see sort of the road move closer to the front of our house, which is already relatively close to the roadway. But our understanding is that is not changing. And I will say, I spoke with, I called the staff very late yesterday, received a call back from Amy Lindsay, who has been extraordinarily gracious and helpful in trying to provide me with information and kind of explain what's going on. And so we do understand that the roadway, except for the portion right in front of the Donner property, is not being widened. We understand that the gravel portion is going to be asphalted, which we have no issue with. I do want to say that we would have a concern about this plan allowing for public parking along the roadway. Part of it is if people are accessing the park, we would not want to become a parking lot for that. And part of it is the synagogue, which we are happy members of, obviously have events, and we have tried to very gently and politely discourage parking on, right in front of our house, because that would be sort of a significant imposition, I guess I will say. And we think there's plenty of parking at the synagogue parking lot, the synagogue and the mikveh parking lot, and certainly enormous availability of parking on Kent Mill Road. So those are the concerns that we have, and I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much for your testimony. If we can hear from the applicant, if you could go back into the audience.
Thank
And Ms. Cho, and is it Mr. McKee who's with you? I mean, we've heard from staff with a recommendation to approve. Whatever you wish to say.
Thank you. For the record, Sue Lee Cho with the law firm of Bregman, Berbert, Schwartz, and Gilday on behalf of the property owner. Just very briefly, we're here mostly to answer any questions that the planning board may have for us. Just wanted to just make a couple comments in response to what you heard, some of the concerns from the adjacent neighbors. Certainly, we understand that one's understanding of what this private road was intended to be may have, for many years felt like a private driveway, but it was originally always intended as a private road. And this property, the Donner property, was certainly never landlocked in any way. It always had that private road right on the plat from the moment that it was created, along with all the other properties along Gray's Lane. On that plat was very clearly indicated private road for purpose of use for all the lots. So that is what was taken to court to just confirm and validate by declaratory judgment. There was, early on in our efforts to subdivide the property, there was a question, like, without a court validation of that, there was concern from the staff level that, taking a position one way or another. But so we went through the effort of obtaining that legal confirmation that is in fact a private road. And under your subdivision regulations, this property has frontage on private road. It is eligible for subdivision based on all of the requirements as detailed in the staff report and as summarized by staff. I just wanted to say to the one question posed by Commissioner Presley in terms of additional parking, there is area where there is outside of the fire turnaround for parking for guests, but we note the comment, and there is some room. We, in consultation with Mr. McKee, I think, we'll take that comment to the property owner, our client, and maybe suggest expanding some more additional driveway. You see there are dry wells, and the stormwater concept would need to be, it's just a concept right now. So there is room there to create more parking. This is a administrative subdivision. It's not a site plan approval. So the location of the driveway and the house, proposed house locations are fairly detailed design, but there is still potential for adjustment to create more driveway if need be. And we confirm that there's not an impervious cap or limit on this property, so that would be possible.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Hill.
I'm not quite clear. The asphalting of the road will be the entire gravel section, not just the section in front of the house, parcel A?
No, what I'm saying, the question that Commissioner Presley posed was on the line.
No, I'm not talking about that.
Yeah,
There's concern about the neighborhood, about the road and the road condition and whether it's going to be damaged or not. And I'm just asking about, is the applicant committing to asphalt the entire
No.
gravel section of the road or just
No.
what's in parcel A?
The fire, just in front of the property, the gravel section will be asphalted to meet fire. All the rest down there, even if there's, okay, I'll ask
I can
Mr.
answer
McKee
that.
to answer. I'm sorry.
Dave McKee, Benning and Associates. As required by the fire department, we are going to pave any portion that's currently gravel. Not widen, but just
Right,
pave.
but all the way down to the private road,
Correct,
right?
where it's currently gravel.
Okay,
Yeah.
is there an opportunity to, I guess you probably can't do that after the construction because you need that for the construction, but I'm just trying to address the concern about damaging the road and what commitment you have to making sure that when you leave, that suits the residents.
So I think, based on that clarification, I do apologize, that what the adjacent property owners will have at the end of construction will be a much improved asphalted driveway, or from their perspective, it's their driveway. But what's essentially gravel now will be utilized for construction purposes. I don't think it makes sense to asphalt it first and then have construction vehicles come and disrupt it and have to repair. So we would use what's there now for construction purposes, but when the construction is done, then you would asphalt the existing gravel area, so they will be left with a much improved condition.
Okay.
And if you damage the existing paved road, are you obligated to repair that? In the
You
course of
mean the
cons-
public section of the?
Well, it's a private road. There's a portion of this private road that's paved. If that is damaged by construction vehicles, are we requiring a bond to have that put back to its pre-construction condition?
We do not have one conditioned because this is a private matter between property owners, and there is currently no maintenance agreement. That puts us in the middle of two private property owners. So we had not. We are hopeful that everyone will be good neighbors, but unfortunately, we don't have any say about it.
I forget these things every now and then. I'm old. Commissioner Presley?
Just two things, following up on the parking issue. I don't want to be arbitrary about it. That's my thought. If the property owners don't want additional parking, let's certainly not shove it down their throats. But, and not just because Commissioner Presley said, it was something for consideration. Maybe they don't mind because it only happens very few times, throughout the year. So it was just an idea. But the question I have now is relative to the holly trees. Are you confident that you'll be able to preserve those without any damage?
Yes, because there's no widening there at all proposed. We just
Okay.
just put down more pavement where pavement already exists.
Okay, thank you. And I know, the chair asked about
Sorry,
fixing the road.
you're putting pavement where pavement doesn't exist, I thought.
Where it's gravel.
Where it's gravel,
Correct, yeah.
but for,
Nothing
Right.
not beyond the
widening.
gravel width of the road.
Correct.
Okay. Go
Back
ahead.
to what the chair was asking. I know that that there's no sort of legal requirement for you to fix what is damaged, but would you be willing to include that as a statement that if there's damage done to the existing, paved area, that you would repair it?
So I honestly, when you go back to asphalt, the gravel section, I see it being quite de minimis to go and fix areas that might have gotten damaged. So I do have the owner on the line who's joining us virtually, but I would say that it's very reasonable and it's something that he can commit to himself on the record if he would like.
I think that would be a great thing to do.
Now, at the end the Grace Lane, at the very end, once it's paved and there's access to those two houses, will there be an access to the park?
No.
There's a fence, there's no fence right now.
Right.
Is there any possibility that somebody may come and park there to go into or is there going to be a fence?
I don't know if there's a fence, but there will not be access to the park because that section, parcel B, is in basically for future
Trees.
dedication. It's not being dedicated now, so it's not going to be public. So there's not going to be a public connection between the park and this property.
Okay, thank you.
That's not to
Commissioner
say
Br-
we might not have someone wandering
Yeah.
in the area, but
You have a people's choice there in the
Yeah.
trail now. Commissioner Branson?
Yeah, a couple things. You said, Ms. Cho, is it? I'm sorry. You said that, that the owner is on the line.
yes,
And
he is.
Can we just get clarity on this pavement issue now from the owner on the record?
Is he there? Do we need technology?
He should be on the line. Is he not one of the participants? Okay.
What,
He's muted.
what's the
He's
name?
muted.
Is it Don?
Mr. Ira Donner.
Mr. Donner, if you
Oh,
can
there he
hear
is.
me,
He's
okay,
there.
great,
He's there.
thank you.
What? Go ahead.
Ira, you're muted.
You're muted.
You're muted, Mr. Donner. My question to you, Mr. Donner, you can't hear me? He's motioning like he can't hear me.
I think he's being prevented from unmuting.
Oh, can you allow him to be unmuted? Somebody? I don't know who in our technology side. We're sorry, Mr. Donner. Something on our end.
Mr. Donner Potter. The Donner Potter. while we work on that, let me ask my other question. Maybe we can, when I read this, I was confused about a couple of things. First of all, we're hearing today that there will be no public access to the park, but there seemed to be a little uncertainty in the written materials. Maybe I just read it wrong.
There's a master plan for this road.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So, for the record, can we get, is my understanding that there may well be at some point access to the park?
In the future, if Gray's Lane it becomes a public road, then there will be public access to the park, pedestrian access. We are just setting this up for the future, but we are not proposing any access now. You see, there's no path, nothing is proposed.
And to be really clear, whether it becomes paved or not has absolutely no bearing on the potential for public dedication in the future.
That is correct.
Okay, so, because I think people get confused about stuff like that, so it's helpful to clear it up. So that's one of my questions. My other question is, when I read it, now heaven knows I'm not any kind of engineer or anything, but when I saw these septic fields, I think it would be, I just need a little clarity about the drainage issue, because I saw that mentioned in the staff report, but it just wasn't. I wasn't totally understanding it, and so just to be totally clear, there is no potential drainage issue arising from these septic fields and the neighboring properties. Is that accurate?
That is correct. We have development on septic over huge swaths of the county.
Okay. So of the, I'm just trying to check all the boxes for people's concerns. So is Mr. Donner, can he talk to us now?
Mr. Donner, if you could try unmuting again yourself? No?
So Mr. Donner did call me on the
Oh,
phone.
thank you.
And directed me on what I should say on the record since he's not able to unmute.
Okay.
So he is committed to making sure that the construction company either posts a bond or making sure that it is properly bonded to repair any existing asphalt that gets damaged as a result of construction activity.
Excellent. So it seems to me those were the issues raised by the neighbors. Construction, potential damage to the road, the potentiality for the paving to in fact facilitate this road giving access to the park, okay, and the drainage. And I think those all three have been taken care of. Is that right, Mr. Chairman?
Well, I'm looking for a motion, is what I'm looking for.
I still have two questions.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Hill.
Yeah, this is really for staff, but if you'd like to comment as well. One is, I'm just wondering, this is not a particularly good achievement of the zoning density that's zoned for this property. I think it's limited to 2 lots because of frontage and septic need and forest conservation need and topography. But is the retained forest, parcel B is really a road easement in the end. Is that a buildable lot in the end?
It is not. The retained forest is on Lot 2. You notice that Lot 2 is substantially larger than Lot 1, and that is because the forest retained is within a Category 1 conservation easement, and that is in perpetuity. It's
That's
hard.
enough of an answer.
Okay, sorry.
And then my other, just poking at this a little bit, can we establish a relationship for the forest conservation mitigation into Wheaton Regional Park next to it? Or is that something that just wouldn't be a regulatory connection?
We can definitely speak to the Parks Department and see if they're interested. It will be, up to them, but that is definitely something we'll look into.
Right, we need utilization, but I'm just thinking the nexus of the environmental impact right next to a park is ideal for, connecting that to where the impact occurs.
We will speak with them.
The only thing in the history in my personal history, I dealt with re-subdivisions, which I suspect this is not one because it was never recorded. So it doesn't have the meet the standards of the lots around it criteria.
So, in the most recent rewrite of the subdivision code, we removed the re-subdivision criteria.
And I was involved with that, but it was a while ago. Okay, I'll entertain a motion. Nobody? Do it in the microphone with your mic on.
So move that we approve the administrative subdivision number 6202300010.
Do I hear
Donner
a
Second.
And I heard a second. I see no further discussion, although we had a lot of discussion for 2 lots. All those in favor say aye.
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 There's nobody to oppose. Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. We do try to hear you. With that, I believe we are on recess, and we will come back after lunch. Thank you. Good afternoon. It's February 2nd, 2023. It's still Groundhog Day, which I need to say again. We're on item 9, pedestrian master plan progress report briefing. And we'll hear from staff, from Mr. Sarton.
Great. Thank you. For the record, Jason Sartori, Chief of Countywide Planning and Policy. And I am thrilled to be here today to introduce our next item, a briefing on the pedestrian master plan. I'm really, really proud of the work that this team has done on this plan, led by our project manager, Eli Glazier. And I can tell you that the plan incorporates state-of-the-practice ideas and recommendations that will make our county safer for all pedestrians and more accessible for people with disabilities. But we'll have plenty of opportunities to discuss the content of the plan in future work sessions with the board. The purpose of today's briefing is really to bring you up to speed on what got us to where we are on the plan today. In fact, just earlier today, we posted the working draft of the plan publicly on our website. So as impressive as the recommendations are in the plan, so is the process and the effort that's been undertaken over the last 3 years or so, the data gathering, the engagement, the research that's been conducted to get us to this point. And so with that, I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Glazier and Mr. Ansbacher.
Hello. Good afternoon. Eli Glazier for the record, project manager for the pedestrian master plan. Today, like Mr. Sartori said, very excited to be here with you to share essentially how we've gotten to this point in the pedestrian master plan process. I'm joined by David Ansbacher, who has been a key colleague in bringing this plan forward today, and he's going to be talking in a little bit about some of the elements of the recommendations that will be in the plan and that we'll discuss a little bit more next week when we talk about the working draft. The roadmap for today, we'll talk about what the pedestrian master plan is, why we're doing this, the goals that are in the plan, the planning process to date, some of the key milestones that were mentioned in the staff report, and then we'll go over what the working draft looks like, an outline of that, and then sort of the plan timeline moving forward, our different milestones as we move through the planning board process and then on to county council as well. This plan is really the first time the county and the first time the planning department have looked at pedestrians and walking as a transportation mode. The goal of this plan is to make walking and rolling safer, more comfortable, more convenient, and more accessible for people of all ages and abilities across the county. As Mr. Sartori said, a major focus of this plan has been accessibility and eliminating barriers to people with disabilities in the pedestrian environment. And the analysis that we've done and the recommendations that you'll learn more about really bear that out and really try and make that connection to create a Montgomery County that is accessible and really tries to right many of the wrongs that have sort of been perpetuated in the past as the county has developed when it comes to pedestrians and specifically pedestrians and other people with disabilities. This also says we'd like all trips within a short distance to become realistic pedestrian trips. And what that means is it's not the idea that everyone should walk for every quarter-mile trip, but it's the idea that if you need to get to the grocery store or the post office or another place, and it's within a quarter mile, you should be able to comfortably do that. So there should be sidewalks, there should be safe places to cross. The circumstances around those trips should be such that you feel comfortable walking if you choose to. So that's part of it. The plan, obviously Montgomery Planning does not really act on these plans alone. We make recommendations, and other agencies in county government at the state level, elected officials really work to implement those recommendations. So throughout this planning process, we've had an interagency working group of agencies we've met with and shared information with, which include many of all of the agencies on the screen here, the police department, the state highway administration, Montgomery County Department of Transportation, of course, our parks colleagues. And the goal here was to bounce ideas off of these groups, to share our existing conditions findings. And then I think the key piece of this is that we don't want this great plan that we've created to sit on the shelf. We want it to be implemented. So after this plan is adopted, we look forward to really working with and continuing to coordinate with these other agencies so that the recommendations in this plan can be effectively implemented and we can really get to achieve that pedestrian-friendly future that the plan envisions. We're doing this plan for many reasons, but specifically it was called out in the county's first Vision Zero action plan in 2017. If you're unaware, Vision Zero is a philosophy that says that no number of severe injuries or fatalities are acceptable in our transportation system. And we know that pedestrians are the ones disproportionately likely to be severely injured or killed on our roads. So doing a plan that focuses on pedestrians and pedestrian safety and pedestrian access was seen as really important on the county level. In addition to the Vision Zero plan, completing this plan was called out in the recent 2021 Climate Action Plan as well as something that is important because anything we can do to reduce vehicular trips, encourage walking, encourage biking is better for our local environment and then for sort of the macro environment as well. There are also public health benefits, economic benefits, and equity benefits to making the county safer and increasing walking. The goals of this plan, pretty straightforward. One is to increase walking rates and pedestrian satisfaction. 2, to create a comfortable, connected, convenient pedestrian network. 3, to enhance pedestrian safety. And 4, to really do all of these things in an equitable and just way. So to make sure that the analysis we're doing, the recommendations we're making, are looking to address historic inequities and to make sure we're not perpetuating disparities that exist in comfortable access. And we're improving conditions across the county where there's the most need. This plan kicked off with the scope of work being approved in September of 2019. Since then, we've done a lot of engagement that started off with 6 kickoff meetings across the county, the complete engagement approach and meetings and all of, I think, the pretty unique and groundbreaking interactive engagement approaches we've used through the COVID period to get feedback and engagement that was both useful for the plan specifically, but also sort of a valuable exercise for members of the public as well as in that appendix. And now I think I'm going to walk through some of the other project milestones we've sort of accomplished along the way to this point. I think the first one, very major milestone, is our countywide pedestrian survey, which was carried out in November 2020 and published as a report in March 2021. This survey was really the first time the Montgomery Planning Department has done a statistically valid survey for a master plan. So to do that, we worked with a consultant and developed questions and mailed survey postcards to 60,000 randomly selected Montgomery County households in early November 2020. The survey team that we worked with assumed about 1,200 completed responses, but we received double that. The survey results were weighted for countywide demographics, and the margin of error at the countywide level is about 2%. So a pretty good survey as far as surveys go, largely representative of the county, what you would expect the whole county to respond with. The survey provided our team with really great information about pedestrian perception, frequency of pedestrian trips, pedestrian trip distance, the reasons pedestrians would make specific trips, and allowed for comparisons between different parts of the county. And with accessibility being a major focus of the plan, the survey really also allowed planners to break out responses from people with disabilities to understand how those responses compared to responses from the population as a whole. I think, for instance, on the screen, figure 8 here says overall satisfaction by reported disability status. And what we found on the far left, the total columns, people with reported disabilities were about 10% less satisfied with their pedestrian experience countywide as people without reported disabilities. That disparity is largely eliminated in our more urban areas, but is much more pronounced in some of the more suburban transit corridors in Montgomery County, and then especially in the exurban and rural areas as well. So I think what we're seeing is that where there are more things to walk to, where there are more pedestrian accommodations, amenities, infrastructure, the experience of people with disabilities traveling through this environment is much better, or at least on par with the respondents as a whole, and we see disparities in other parts of the county. So I think that's just one example of some of the data that we've been able to glean from this survey. I think it was really exciting for us to do this and to look at this data, and I think we look forward to working with survey data on other master plans in the years ahead to get that sort of higher level 30,000-foot view of things that you may not be able to get with a community meeting or other types of engagement. The next plan milestone was publishing our pedestrian audit toolkit. A pedestrian audit, also called a walk audit for those who may be unaware, is a guided walk of a corridor or neighborhood to help catalog pedestrian issues and share those issues with the responsible agencies, elected officials, to get the issues addressed, to get things fixed. In the past, the planning department has hosted these events in Aspen Hill, in Ashton, and as parts of other plans. This toolkit is a way that we can help communities conduct their own similar events by providing information, event and report templates, et cetera. I think we really viewed this as a way to help educate people about the language of pedestrian issues, to empower communities to band together around pedestrian priorities, and then to effectively advocate for themselves to elected officials and the relevant agencies so these issues can be addressed. This is available on our website, and we hosted a virtual toolkit training in September of 2021 to explain more about how to use it. I think probably the most major milestone to date until, I guess, today when we posted the working draft of the report was our existing conditions report, which was published in March of 2022. In addition to relying on state and national sources of information like the United States Census, we are very fortunate to have access to and to develop very unique Montgomery County specific data sources, which include the countywide pedestrian survey, which I just mentioned, but also several other things. One of, I think the key components that we've created is what's called the pedestrian level of comfort analysis, which is a tool that we use to quantify the pedestrian environment to really help understand how comfortable pathways are, how comfortable crossings are, which is similar to our bicycle level of traffic stress, which was developed for the bicycle master plan, which was adopted in 2018. So the level of comfort scores pathways like sidewalks and trails. It scores places without those things where you have to walk in the street. It uses data like sidewalk width, the speed of traffic, the buffer width between the sidewalk and the street, the presence of on-street parking, and other variables to understand which places are more comfortable to walk and which are less comfortable to walk. This is a screenshot from our interactive map that has a network of this scoring for the entire county. It's available at mcatlas.org/pedplan, which is in the upper right corner of the slide. And you can really see the detail in this network where individual intersection crossings are each scored independently. We've created throughout this planning process a very fine-grained understanding of pedestrian comfort, pedestrian access, which I'll get into and will really allow us as a county now and then moving forward to really understand changes that are coming to our built environment and model the effect of some potential improvements on pedestrian comfort and connectivity. So the scoring.
Was this map made from direct inspection, or was this a mapping exercise?
Sure. So this is largely a mapping exercise that uses street view, aerial photography, and then any other information we had available. So center line data from the state, from the county when it comes to speed limits and things like that. Basically, our team over several years incorporated any data that we could find confidently at the countywide level to inform the variables that were part of this. So it was a very intensive effort, resource-intensive effort that now that we have the countywide sort of baseline here, we're really looking forward to, as private development happens, as public projects happen, maintaining this data set. So we know if a speed limit changes, what's the implication for pedestrian comfort in that corridor? Will we see the score improve, that sort of thing?
I admired the mental creativity in your answer because I was first thinking that direct inspection was the bigger burden, but maybe not.
Direct inspection would have had its own challenges,
Yeah.
but we created and solved many challenges on our own, I assure you.
Let me ask you, because this is kind of a moving target. If you're looking at the speed requirements for those, like I live very close to Connecticut Avenue and Georgia Avenue, and they've lowered the speed limit very recently from 45 to 35. Obviously, nobody's following that. I mean, on a major roadway like that, I mean, I can see most of the people going at 50. I don't. In Connecticut, there's various places where police stop people. In fact, I've been stopped on Connecticut Avenue. So I don't know to what extent it's a moving. It may change.
Absolutely
The
will
speed
change,
limits.
and I think we have developed and continue to develop sort of the workflow about how we take State Highway Administration speed limit change and incorporate it into this data, so our scoring is up to date. And then I think as an aside, on that note, we did in the development of this scoring have a conversation about what's called posted speed versus observed speed. And I think we agreed that the observed speed would probably be much more valuable in this analysis, but that's just that's not the data that we have at the countywide level. So that is a discussion point that we had sort of early on, data that would have been nice to have as part of this effort. The scoring, I think pretty simply, there's 4 main categories, from very comfortable, which are the dark blue lines, up to undesirable, which is the red. I think we think of very comfortable, the dark blue, as an ideal. Somewhat comfortable, which is the light blue, is adequate. Uncomfortable is room for improvement, and then undesirable is really just that, something that we wouldn't build today or really allow today to be built, and something that really urgently needs to be improved. And I think the general relationship between some of the variables I mentioned here is that generally as sidewalks are wider and located further away from the street, comfort's higher, and all other things being equal, as the roadway speed limit is higher, the comfort's going to be less. And then if you're on a narrow sidewalk immediately next to a high-speed road, you can imagine that would be worse than a wider sidewalk further back from a low-speed road, things like that. What this has allowed us to do, this countywide network of pedestrian comfort, is, I think, some pretty unique and groundbreaking analysis. This is an example of measuring essentially the trips that people would take to the Forest Glen Metro Station. So on the screen here, the Metro Station is denoted by these 2 pink dots at the center. And what we've done is we've coded all of the lines that are either very comfortable or somewhat comfortable on this map as blue, and the lines that are either uncomfortable or undesirable as red, and the thicker lines on this map are the ones that carry more trips. So the closer you get to the metro station, the lines get thicker because more people are going to that station. And what we find is that there's generally a lot of comfortable connectivity, low stress, high comfort walking in the neighborhoods on either side of Georgia Avenue. And then when you have to cross Georgia Avenue or walk along Georgia Avenue, as many people do, especially those obviously who live east of Georgia Avenue when they're accessing the station, there are these really high stress, low comfort conflict points that exist. And what this analysis can allow us to do on a transit station by transit station basis or a school by school basis, for instance, we've done similar analysis for all the MCPS schools, is identify if we could just fix this one point, if we could fix this segment or this crossing, it would have benefits for all of these people and improve their comfortable experience. Maybe it would make it so that people would feel more comfortable walking to the metro or letting their kids walk to school, that sort of thing. And I think this is a good example that's borne out by the Forest Glen Tunnel Capital Project that's in the CIP at the moment. This idea that we know from WMATA parking data at Forest Glen that many of the people that park at the Forest Glen Metro live within this walkable distance but don't feel comfortable walking for whatever reason. So this capital project exists to hopefully lower that barrier and make people feel more comfortable doing that. So this is just, I think, a pretty unique way of quantifying and visualizing where those weak links are when it comes to pedestrian comfort. And the level of comfort data that we collected allows us to do this for specific destinations, gives us a lot of flexibility moving forward to figure out different scenarios for how projects could improve comfort and change and make it easier for more people to walk, things like that. I'll continue on. In addition to the level of comfort analysis, we work closely with MCPS to develop a student travel tally to essentially understand how students arrive to and depart from school. This was completed pre-COVID by over 70,000 MCPS students. And this is important for us because we want to understand baseline student walking across the county so we can understand how the policies and recommendations that are in the plan will lead to more students walking. So our goal is to work with MCPS in the years ahead to regularly do this tally so we can understand at a countywide level, at a school level basis, so elementary, middle, high school, and then at a school by school basis, where we're seeing gains in walking as a result of policies in this plan so we can track progress. Safety is also an important plan component. We looked at all of the pedestrian crashes countywide between 2015 and 2020 to understand the circumstances and the context surrounding those crashes and supported plan recommendations. Just one tidbit from that analysis, figure 23 on the left, we found that in our equity focus areas, there's about 14% of the county's roadway miles, but there are 40% of the county's pedestrian crashes and 44% of those crashes that result in severe injury or fatality. So I think right off the bat, we see that this is a major equity issue, obviously pedestrian crashes and pedestrian safety, and the data really bears that out as well. All of this data came together in the existing conditions report, which is available on the project website, and I believe is linked to in the staff report that you received. The public engagement and existing conditions really provided a great foundation of pedestrian issues that the plan needs to address, and those are the recommendations we'll describe in the next few slides. So there are a few sets of recommendations in the plan. What we would call design, policy, and programming recommendations, bicycle pedestrian priority area prioritization, complete streets design guide area type designation, and then recommendations for what are called pedestrian shortcuts or people's choice paths and countryside paths. The first piece is probably the most holistic systemic element here is our design, policy, and programming recommendations. So these are recommendations that when implemented, we won't necessarily see the county change overnight, but as new construction is built, maintenance happens, private development takes place, the county will become more and more pedestrian friendly. So these are systemic issues that affect the quality of the experience, including recommendations to provide more time for younger pedestrians, older pedestrians, people with disabilities to cross the street, looking at driver education, pedestrian education, being more proactive in how we do sidewalk maintenance and we do sidewalk construction rather than being reactive to community requests, looking for opportunities to change how we design and build our streets so that they're cooler, so that we can better react to sort of the climate of the future in our urban environments and in our just pedestrian environment countywide. And then I think a big recommendation in the plan is to begin the conversation about transferring state highways in our urban areas and along transit corridors into county control. So we have more design flexibility and additional accountability for the county to achieve Vision Zero and other sort of similar goals. So the planning board was briefed on these recommendations in September of 2022. There's a lot in this plan, in this set of recommendations. There's about 29 high-level recommendations, and then many of those recommendations have key actions beneath them, and there's about 102 key actions in the plan as well as each key action has a rationale that sort of describes why it's in there and some of the lead agencies and precedents that may exist for these sorts of recommendations. The next set of recommendations is for our bicycle pedestrian priority areas, and Mr. Ansbacher is going to take the lead on this one.
Good afternoon. David Anspacher. I'm in the Countywide Planning and Policy Division as well. So there's a few big recommendations in the plan that are related to both walking and bicycling. So you might be asking, why does a pedestrian master plan need to include bicycling recommendations? And the reason is that bicycling, walking, they're sort of heavily intertwined in how we do our funding, how we prioritize things, and there's some bikeways that also double as walkways. And so when we started thinking about, and the one I'm going to tackle here is prioritization. When we started thinking about prioritization, we felt like we have existing programs that target both walking and bicycling, so we wanted to build off of those existing programs and approaches. So the Bicycle and Pedestrian Priority Area Funding Program, or we call it BIPA. The BIPA program funds both pedestrian and bicycle improvements. It was initiated by the County Council in 2014, largely making improvements around commercial areas and in transit station areas, areas where there's a lot more walking, and so we want to prioritize those areas. So a typical approach is that MCDOT will go into an area, they'll make a whole mess of improvements, whether they're ADA improvements to curb ramps or to sidewalks, new crosswalks, new sometimes asphalt paths along the side of the road, or other things to slow down the speed of traffic. And they'll go in and make wholesale improvements to the pedestrian and bicycling experience in those areas. So far, the program has largely focused on Silver Spring and Bethesda, though very soon in the future, we'll start to see some improvements in Wheaton, and then around many of the Purple Line stations that will come online in a couple of years. When the BIPA program was initiated, BIPA areas tended to be nodes of pedestrian activity around transit stations, but over time, we've added new BIPA areas to address pedestrian and bicycling challenges along the county's major roadways. And we've also identified some neighborhood areas as BIPAs. And today, there's over 30 BIPAs in the county. The program is proving to be tremendously successful, and it's expanded almost every budget cycle, but a few issues have arisen. First, BIPAs are created by master plans, and so they largely reflect the master plan schedule. So for example, you'll see, I think, the Fairland and Briggs Cheney plan soon. They're going to recommend some areas become new BIPAs. But there's other areas in the county that might be equally deserving that have not yet had a BIPA designation. And therefore, a comprehensive identification of BIPA areas is needed. And then second, the approach to drawing BIPA boundaries has been inconsistent. It's mostly been focused around commercial areas, but we have a few major roadways that have been designated, specifically Veers Mill Road and New Hampshire Avenue. And we have some neighborhoods, residential areas that have been designated. And then finally, with over 30 BIPAs in the county, only 10 that are, at least partially funded and only 2 under construction, we need to prioritize them. So therefore, the pedestrian master plan is going to propose changes to the BIPA program to address these issues, and you'll see that next week. The next set of recommendations deals with transitioning to Montgomery County's new complete street classification system. So this system replaces the old road code system that was largely about, that described roadways and largely designed them for the way that traffic moves. The new Complete Streets Design Guide street types are intended to reflect that there's multiple functions of our streets, multiple functions as public spaces, but also for movement of traffic, walking, bicycling, and transit. So the new street types are therefore a combination of our land use context. So I have them listed here on the left side, downtowns and town centers being the more commercial areas, suburban, industrial, and country, and then the roadway function on the right side. And this is in order of the amount of travel. So major highways get the most amount of travel, and streets get the least amount of travel. So the resulting complete streets types are shown here. They're largely, but not completely, combinations of the area type and the street function that I was showing on the previous slide. There's 12 of them. Again, they don't fully follow the land use context, but they are addressing the intent of how the streets are to function in each of these different land use types. So transitioning from the previous street classification to the complete streets design guide classification is a three-step process. The second step is the pedestrian master plan. So phase one was the enactment of bills 2422 and bill 3422, which were approved at the end of last year and fully come into effect on Monday of next week. And so these bills have established interim translations for the complete streets types, again, based on the area type and the roadway type. The interim street designations, we estimate, are 90 to 95% accurate. They reflect that not all roads neatly fit into legislation and that we need some additional work. So in phase two, the pedestrian master plan proposes to address some of those deficiencies by taking a wholesale look at how we classify different areas of Montgomery County. Again, downtowns, town centers, suburban, industrial, and country, and to update the area types in our master plans, replacing the interim street classifications that were put forth in the bills that were approved and come into effect next week. And then in phase three, with an update to the county's master plan of highways and transitways, we'll need to reevaluate the classifications of all the roads holistically, looking at their roadway function to make sure that they're appropriately master planned. So this is the second phase. And then this is, I'm not going to get into detail, this is in the plan that's been posted, but this shows how we are proposing to designate the 5 complete streets design guide area types in the county. I'll hand it back to Eli.
Thanks, Dave. Eli Glazier for the record. And the only thing I would add to that, I think, great summary is that I think this is really relevant for pedestrians because these design guide designations really influence what the roads in these areas should look like, which determines how wide the sidewalk should be, what the streetscape is and what the pedestrian experience is. So making sure we get these right, these area classifications correct and codified will enable us through future public capital projects and then private development as well to make sure we're building the pedestrian spaces, the streetscapes that we need to, that are the most pedestrian friendly as they can be. So the next set of recommendations, pedestrian shortcuts in the master plan, also known as People's Choice Paths, Desire Lines, Goat Paths. These are those, I would say, informal pedestrian connections that aren't along a street, but that provide people a more direct pedestrian route than the sidewalk or trail network. So the goal of this set of recommendations was to identify locations where either through public investment or private development, we could improve the quality of the pedestrian network by shortening pedestrian trips and making those trips more accessible. So turning a dirt path into some sort of paved facility. If there's a muddy path down a slope, looking into a proper staircase with lighting and things like that. This plan recommends 310 of those connections across the county. And those connections were drawn from those provided from the community, which through a process discussed in the engagement appendix, which I think was a very unique use of sort of interactive mapping and survey to essentially ask people to draw in their pedestrian shortcuts. Planning staff looked at all of those connections, consulted with our parks colleagues and other colleagues to figure out which were likely to be feasible. And then we supplemented the feasible connections with our own review of parcel data and plat data to look at what we would call paper streets or other public rights of way that were probably originally intended to be pedestrian rights of way, but were never substantially improved. So 310 connections across the county. I think a great piece of this recommendation is that by master planning these connections, it makes it much easier through the private development process to have applicants build these connections in the same way they would have to build a sidewalk or a master plan bikeway or something like that. So really just trying to formalize the process of building out the pedestrian network through this plan. And then lastly, Ms. Ronsbacher touched upon this a little bit, I think, but we have recommendations in the plan to construct, to master plan additional country side paths. So these side paths, which are shared pedestrian and bicycle pathways, should be built along roadways in some of the more rural parts of the county in line with guidance from the Complete Streets Design Guide. So an example of an existing country side path is here along Maryland 108, but there are 21 side paths recommended in the working draft to either be constructed again through private development or public capital projects to provide improved pedestrian and bicycle connectivity in these parts of the county. And then just quickly, an outline of the plan that you'll see in your packet for next week. Really, the document starts with the vision and goals, describes how the county is doing today with respect to those goals in the existing conditions section, and then describes in detail the suite of recommendations that Mr. Ronsbacher and I discussed to help put the county down a better path to achieving those goals and to working towards the targets that are in the performance measures section of the vision and goals chapter. The document concludes with information about implementation of the specific recommendations, like what are the, I would say generally, what are the avenues that the different types of recommendations can be implemented, and then there's a chapter about ongoing plan monitoring and transparency and making sure that the public is aware of how we're making progress on achieving the goals of this plan. A timeline moving forward. As we said, we're meeting again with you next week to request you approve the working draft as the public hearing draft and to set a public hearing date for this plan. Based on the requested public hearing date, we would anticipate planning board work sessions would begin in mid-April with the planning board draft of the plan transmitted to county council sometime this summer. County council would take up the plan in the fall and then would hopefully adopt it in winter of 2023. So that's where we stand. Appreciate your ear on this, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Now, knowing that we're going to talk about this next week, what would you like to say, Commissioner Hill?
I will save my detailed comments to next week, but I do want to make an observation, which is the enthusiasm and the pride that you two have is outstanding in this job. And I focus more on local and regional issues. I'm not really aware of the national landscape, but I think this is nationally recognizable work.
Wow, very nice. Commissioner Branson.
Yeah, I'm going to keep it short. I am curious as to whether what we'll see next week will include information or recommendations about distracted driving as well as distracted walking, because it seems to me that those also play into, the safety issues, and also signage. I think signage probably can be helpful or hurtful. And I also want to congratulate you on your use of puns. I don't know if they were intended, but I was having fun writing them down. The avenues of implementation, I thought that was a good one. And the path to move forward for the county, I thought those were great. I'm assuming they were intended and that you're just way smart. So thank you.
What I didn't like was talking about pedestrians and saying moving target in the same breath, but that's just me. Commissioner Panera.
Yeah, I also would like to congratulate you on your presentation and wish you good luck next week. My question is, I'm always thinking about Thrive 2050 and thinking, okay, we've raised a number of issues about how we want people to live close to where they're going to be working, and 10 minutes walk or 15 minutes walk, and all those issues. And I know that's more of a long-range, long-term plan. But to what extent you're looking, your plan is going to be more targeted to short-term issues, or are you also taking into account long-term pedestrian issues? And along those lines, I also would like to ask whether you're taking into, I know that a lot of things have been done. Some of them you've mentioned it, like, you know, I live off Belpre Road, and there's a number of pedestrian lights that they put in so pedestrians can cross. To what extent, and also there's, if you go up Hewitt Avenue, they put islands so that cars kind of slow down and allow pedestrians to cross the street. To what extent would you be like evaluating or, you know, those kind of programs as part of your pedestrian plan? Are they working? Are they not working? Right. Is that the kind of thing that we should be thinking? I'm not really sure who is it transportation? Is it the state who's doing those changes? Is it the county? I'm kind of confused about all those things that come up.
So I think we can tackle the second question first. Yeah, I think we're fortunate in the county that we're not starting from scratch with a lot of these things. There are existing programs, and there are a few recommendations in the plan that we want to evaluate how these existing programs are helping to achieve the goals of the plan. So one of the specific programs, which is likely related to the Hewitt projects that you're talking about, is just the county's traffic calming program in general, looking at ways to make sure that the way that program operates today, and also in light of changes to that program and to county policy based on the Complete Streets Design Guide adoption, that should really allow for more flexibility in where these sorts of traffic calming treatments are installed. We didn't want to make new recommendations in that area without really understanding the implications for the more recent changes from the Complete Streets Design Guide. So there is a component, a recommendation in here that we should evaluate how well that program is doing and achieving the goals, and then with the potential for future recommendations about how it could be improved further. So that's the second question. On the first topic, is this plan more short-term or long-term? I'd say it's absolutely long-term. I think throughout this planning process, in talking to the community, it's been clear, and I've tried to communicate that the pedestrian environment that exists in the county today is the result of decades and decades of decisions that have made it more difficult or impossible to walk in the counties. And it's going to take decades and decades of more proactive and more progressive decisions in the space to really fix the challenges that exist today. So we're talking about this plan in terms of decades of implementation, in terms of hopefully we adopt this plan this year, something that I'm going to be working on like the rest of my career here probably. So it's going to take a long time to implement these recommendations, and then to tweak tying it back to the other piece, to change them and to evolve these recommendations as circumstances require. So I think it is really sort of a parallel effort with Thrive to think about this is the transportation side. There's also obviously a big land use component to walkability that I think Thrive is really supportive of, creating the walkable environment, the density, the destinations to walk to, that in concert with improving the actual infrastructure, we would expect to see more walking in the decades ahead.
And if I could just supplement that question, I think Mr. Glazier was right in some ways, but I would also expand a little bit and say, you know, when you think about Thrive, that really is a long-term kind of framework for our future. Our master plans are kind of like that middle ground between that general plan and the CIP and the development pipeline and things that are happening now. And and this is really no different. So while a lot of these things are long-term, there are also things that can be implemented, especially in a plan like this. Our functional master plans, in this case, one that has a focus on policies, programming. A lot of these things are things that can be implemented in the relative short term. In fact, we've already had some communication with council staff who, we put out our draft programming and policy recommendations last summer. And so they've been out there, and we've been getting feedback, but council staff has even seen them, and they're interested in already pursuing some of these ideas. So, while it is long-term, there are certainly things that are actionable in a shorter term in a plan like this.
I appreciated the presentation part here about prioritization, right? Because, yeah, let's get the biggest things first, and that will go a long way.
Commissioner Presley.
Thank you. And fortunately, someone just answered part of it. I've been a part of seeing over a long period of time where we have the plans for sidewalks, et cetera, but we wind up getting sidewalks that go to nowhere. So one developer is required to provide a section of sidewalk, but then there's no real plan to get it finished and so on. So I think that what I'd love to see when you guys come back with this is a direct correlation between the master plans as we're approving them now and the board after us, because you can have certain precedents, you can have certain priorities that need to be considered now, even though it may take a long time to implement everything. If they're not considered now in the smaller decisions, you'll lose some of the ability to create, the full landscape that you're trying to create. So I'm wondering if there's a way, or how you would put into place a requirement for looking at this overall plan as each master plan is done. Because once things are developed, it constantly changes the ability to implement these other things that you're identifying. And I think, as the last gentleman just said, it's going to be long-term, but it's definitely short-term too, or the long-term is going to keep pushing out. So I'd love to know, yeah.
Director Stern, please.
Thank you, Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director, for the record. So once the pedestrian master plan is adopted, it absolutely will be used as a resource for area master plans. That is how we apply our bicycle master plan. It will also be a resource for regulatory reviews as well. I don't know if the staff, Dave, maybe you may want to speak to this, because this is how we've been using a bicycle master plan, and we absolutely plan to use the pedestrian master plan in this way as well.
Some things I know need to be weighted. And I'm wondering, sort of how you can put a weighting on certain provision of things, because when you do the area master plans, many more decisions come into play. So I would love to have you, bring back something that shows with what weight these things will be given when master planning of local areas is done.
Go ahead.
Well, okay, I think these are good points. To build off of what Director Stern was saying, absolutely, the pedestrian master plan and the bike plan serve as frameworks that all subsequent master plans consider and start from. We also have the Complete Streets Design Guide, which, as you see in this plan, we don't have detailed line-by-line recommendations about a sidewalk here, a sidewalk there, like we did in the bike plan. Here, the assumption is, based on the Complete Streets Design Guide, that as developments are submitted or as capital projects are initiated, they will follow the Complete Streets Design Guide, which is now the tool that we are using to build new streets and reconstruct existing streets.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. Matthew Mills, Senior Counsel. Just to add on to that, the way the functional plans like this work is that they are considered amendments to all the area master plans. So they are supposed to be taken into effect or account when you're analyzing substantial conformance. So I'm just strictly speaking from the legal perspective, not necessarily the practical aspects of that, but they are taken into account.
And I might add to that, the reverse will happen when we do a master plan. Might be an amendment to this plan.
Everything amends everything else. That's generally it's a two-way street. Is how I, no pun intended.
Pardon another pun.
I'll stop with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for a good presentation, and we'll see you next week, I think. Good afternoon. It's February 2nd, 2023. I've been handed a note for the first time that it is Groundhog Day. So those might take notice of that. We're on item 8, the second briefing on the mapping segregation project. And the staff requests any comments prior to the transmittal to the county council. So I'll turn it over to staff. Who goes?
Good afternoon, Chair
Thank you.
Zines and members of the board. My name is Rebecca Ballo, for the record, Historic Preservation Supervisor. I'm joined by Ben Kraft in our Research and Strategic Projects Division and John Lieberts with the Historic Preservation section. As you noted, we are back for our second briefing on the mapping segregation project. Our goal at the end of this briefing is to receive any comments from the board that we may incorporate into our transmittal that is headed to the County Council on this project. So just to recap where we are, we first presented to the board on December 1st of last year, giving the background information and demonstrating the mapping tool that the Historic Preservation Team and GIS built that mapped discriminatory housing practices in the Down County region inside the Beltway. The tool maps racial restrictive covenants, mortgages refinanced by the Homeowners Loan Corporation. We included a Federal Housing Administration map and data on African American home ownership, among other items. The research illustrated the widespread use of racial restrictive covenants throughout the Down County planning area. Again, the researchers selectively sampled a little over 1,700 subdivision plats recorded between 1873 and 1952. And staff found that properties associated with at least 728 record plats, about 41%, included these racial restrictive covenants. And then an additional about 3.5% of the total may have included racial restrictive covenants. Since we gave that presentation, there was a lot of really positive feedback that we received from the general public, from our colleagues within the region, and then from the press. There were some articles. There was an article in the Washington Business Journal, one in Bethesda Magazine, and then a longer form article within the Washington Post where the reporter interviewed our office, but she also researched other planners regionally who are working on the mapping segregation project in Washington, D.C., folks who are doing this research at the University of Richmond, people who are doing the research in Minnesota. So really a nationwide perspective, which I think is important to mention because our office, in undertaking this research, we are part of this national conversation looking at the geography of segregation. Additionally, it's kind of fun to note that the mapping tool had nearly 12,000 views right around the release of the Washington Post article, which was quite a jump in engagement. And then also our office was contacted by the City of Alexandria Planning Department, by the State Maryland Department of Planning, and then other colleagues in smaller municipalities who wish to discuss our research. We have future meetings that are scheduled with the City of Tacoma Park City Council to brief them on the project. We are collaborating with the Capital Jewish Museum on programming related to racial restrictive covenants targeting the Jewish community. And we're also speaking with our acting director, Tanya Stern, to the Greater Capital Area Association of Realtors in March. So now I'd like to turn the presentation over to Ben for really the update on more of the demographic analysis and information. Thank you.
So yeah, for the record, I'm Ben Kraft, a research planner in the Research and Strategic Projects Division. And so I'm going to talk about this question of, well, we've done all this great work uncovering these deeds, so kind of where do we go from here and what does this mean on the ground in Montgomery County? So the answer really, it's a two-part answer. And the first part is that, and I want to emphasize this, that the racial restrictive covenants in Montgomery County and nationwide was a widespread practice, and it absolutely does have a legacy that's still with us today. It's part of the larger legacy of, that dates back to slavery, of that we can see today in the gaps that or the discrepancies we have with along racial lines, with kind of, you name the statistic, income, wealth, home ownership, all of those things, differences in neighborhoods. It's very much alive and well. But with all that, it's very hard to pinpoint exactly where this legacy still resides at the neighborhood level. So with the work that we did, if you in the staff report, we mentioned, for example, that there's to date, well, we found one very sophisticated, complex examination of racial restrictive covenants, and kind of really looking actually at the parcel level of what that impact might be, and they actually were able to identify a general statistical correlation between having a covenant and higher housing values, to present day higher housing values, present day lower proportion of Black residents in a neighborhood. But for us, first of all, that was a very complex, sophisticated analysis that we really don't have the resources or really, frankly, expertise to do. What we did is we did a few ways of looking at simple correlations between, was there a covenant or not a covenant, or what percentage of a census tract had a covenant covered on it, and what are we seeing today. And really what we found was weak or non-existent correlations. It's very difficult to detect or identify in Montgomery County. If we were going to really do it, and again, no matter how much effort we would kind of put into an investigation like this, there's still no guarantee that we could actually identify this historical relationship to present day conditions. But you would need you need to overcome a lot of the, it's a control problem, controlling for a lot of intervening factors. So, for one, we would probably need a full data set, which would include Washington, D.C., and even Northern Virginia, because really at that time, prior to 1948, when racial restrictive covenants were outlawed, really, especially Washington, D.C. was the center of population. That's where the housing dynamics were really emanating from, and Montgomery County was less developed at the time. So if we're looking at Montgomery County, we have a sample, but it may not be a representative sample of the full dynamic that we're seeing. And then some of the other barriers that we face to really doing this is to thinking about all of the things that happened since 1948. The metro system started in the late 60s. The highway system started in the 50s. So just a lot of infrastructure, economic changes that really transform neighborhoods that to really give a full accounting for, we'd have to really, sort those out to make sure that we're getting the straight historical line. And then also, as my now former colleague Archie presented a few weeks ago, the racial and ethnic, just demographic changes that we've seen have just been dramatic definitely since the 90s. And a lot of the new people, the new races and ethnicities that we have, we're not actually, for the most part, we're a very small part of the population of Montgomery County when the practice of racial restrictive covenants were going on. So if you can move to the next. I just was going to show, just in a few maps, just an example of kind of why it's difficult to draw these conclusions from the covenant data.
Can I ask a quick question? I'm trying to understand. At the beginning, you said that somebody did a more complex correlation and found something. But you guys have done a basic correlation, and you take into account many of the things that have happened since the metro and all these different changes in the county, and you didn't find much of a correlation, or you didn't really go far. Can you tell me who did that complex or more sophisticated correlation, and what did they find?
Yeah, it's a few economists, I believe at the University of Minnesota. But I know that
because
the study,
they've done a number of work on that issue. No.
Yes. Well, they were using their data set was from they included the city of Minneapolis and the county surrounding it, Hennepin County. So they had a very large data set, and they were which was created by, I think it's called Mapping Prejudice, and
so they were not using our data. they were using
sorry, excuse, yeah, I should have been
Minneapolis,
clear.
Minnesota data.
This is from,
Okay.
it's for Minneapolis, Minnesota, a totally different area using all of their data,
And,
yes.
and you find that our sample is not big enough to do that kind of analysis?
It's much smaller than theirs. It would, yeah, and I don't think it's a sheer numbers question, although that definitely is part of it.
Yeah.
It's also the fact that they had the central city and the suburbs, so they were able to, whereas we have a small sliver of a suburb.
I see.
Yeah, so.
If I could, I'm
thank
sorry,
you.
if I can just jump in, Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director. That study is referenced on page 4 of the staff report, if you want to see the details.
Yeah, no problem. So so just kind of continuing on with just looking at what the conditions look like on the ground, as one example, the Chevy Chase Village tract, it's the tract that contains, Chevy Chase Village, according to the census, and this tract had no covenants. No, I shouldn't say that. It did have certain kinds of covenants. It did not have racial covenants. And it currently is the wealthiest tract in the county. It has the highest per capita income. It has, it's one of the whitest tracts in the county with very few people of color that live there. And very little poverty. And so again, it shows up as having no covenant. So even if we were to find a relationship and you kind of look block to block and think about, well, what do we do about this? Well, it gets really complicated very, very quickly. And again, this doesn't mean that there weren't other things. I mean, it may have been that this tract was already so exclusive, even by the time this practice of racial covenants was in place, that they didn't necessarily need a racial covenant because, people of color who tended to be poor may not have been able to afford it.
Now, a covenant could be something on the HOA that
There's
says
other-
we don't allow blacks, let's say, in our neighborhood?
Yes.
Is
Well,
that
that's a
considered
racial
part of the
restrictive covenant. Yeah.
Okay.
There are different HOA covenants, which I'd probably have to let them speak about. But there also could be covenants about just architectural covenants and, it's similar, right, to like what we do with zoning?
Sure. I can speak a little about the history of Chevy Chase for a moment. So when we're looking at this, mathematical equation of correlation, we're really looking at whether there's a racial covenant or not in the property. But when we look at, the mapping segregation project in total is more about, all the various techniques and discriminatory practices that occurred at that period. And so in Chevy Chase, when they established that, they used other types of covenants. They had minimum pricing for the houses had to be built. They said that there could only be single-family houses. There were community norms that prohibited African Americans from moving into the area. There was discrimination at the point of sale by real estate brokers that wouldn't sell to African American families. The banks wouldn't provide loans who were associated with these community development associations there. And all the non-racial covenants that Ben was just referring to all played a role in keeping African Americans from owning homes in this area. There was also, in the early 1900s, about 1906 or 1907, there was a subdivision just on the edge of this map on the southern end that was named Belmont, where 4 African Americans, very prominent African Americans in Washington, D.C., tried to establish a black-owned community here in Chevy Chase. The surrounding white community immediately was fearful of this community. They protested against it. The Chevy Chase Land Corporation used legal techniques to pretty much, bought the property from under them in the end. And so you had, a potential for an African-American community here, but, that quickly disappeared. And so while there's no racial restrictive covenant, we all know about the practices that occurred within this area. And so it's just that, in terms of the correlation that we're talking about, it's not popping up red as, yes, there's a covenant, but there's a whole backstory here. And so that's what makes the comparison difficult as, when we look at it in a vacuum of, is there a covenant, that correlation doesn't show itself.
Well, can you tell the story when you do a presentation? I mean, that's as important as determining the correlation.
I mean, you know what? Yeah, let me just say this. So let's be clear about what these covenants are, all right? These covenants are written evidence of a practice. That's what they are, right? But let's also be clear about what they're not. They are not the sole indicia of the practice. So you could be racist all day long. You don't have to put it in writing. Let me just put it where the chickens can get it. So, and so we should not, no one should conflate these two things. That you have to have written evidence of being racist in order to be racist. You don't. And so we shouldn't get hung up on, we should not be willing to say, if there's this, then there's not that. That's not what's going on. We should be very clear that the existence of a racially restrictive covenant is only one indicia of a panoply of practices in the Jim Crow era that excluded Black people from land and home ownership. And that's the way we should put it. They are not the whole story.
If I can add to that, we absolutely agree with you. And in fact, the staff report that was already presented does specify that. And this analysis also reinforces the point that this was one practice out of many that resulted in housing discrimination and contributed to the racial wealth gap that Ben referenced, particularly through home ownership. And so this is another way of just documenting, again, one piece of a much bigger picture.
And maybe I'm wrong, but I thought what you're doing is trying to relate the existence of that one piece to the current racial makeup of those areas of the county that were affected by that one piece. Again, knowing that you didn't account for 100 things that would also affect the racial makeup of those areas. So it's more of a statistical analysis to say, are there lingering effects of that one piece that you could find? And the answer so far as I've heard is no, at least not in Montgomery County. And when you referred to in your report as, while some lingering effects of redlining have been found in some places, those links are not evidence elsewhere. You're talking about elsewhere in the country, and not in the county.
Yeah, the redlining is probably more. There's a few studies. I believe, one is actually national, one is, I think, Los Angeles, which is a large area. So it's just I think the point is that while there may be even if you take U.S.-wide a general correlation, it doesn't mean that if you take a small slice like this, that's what you'll find. Again, it might not be a representative sample of it.
Only in this conversation will we ever refer to ourselves as a small place. Anybody else?
Yeah, just one follow-up thought, which is in presenting this to audiences outside here, I think it might also be worthwhile at least trying to state things that have happened since the time period you're studying that also may be the noise. And I heard you sort of talk about sort of mobility. There's a lot of mobility in our environment, so things have rearranged. The built environment has done things like that, right? Socioeconomics definitely come into play. That's kind of your point in this particular example, right? Is, minorities probably couldn't afford to live there to begin with, so there wasn't any baseline and you can't measure it. But I think giving some of those examples might help people understand the lack of correlation, but it's because other things have come. Just the amount of time, too, is probably a factor, right?
Sure.
But it doesn't mean that we're walking away from the idea that this exists.
And Commissioner Presley has something to say.
Yes, and I think following on what Commissioner Ranson mentioned, it's good to understand historically what happened with those kinds of covenants, but it hasn't just been historical. I mean, and predominantly we can trace it with the, Black and African American, but it also has extended to Jews, and then any new kind of population that has entered, to the point where, year after year, even I'm a realtor, so the National Association of Realtors has to continue to modify its basically anti-prejudice statements, because even if someone doesn't have a covenant, some of these things still live in people's minds, and it gets experienced through someone being rejected for an application, leasing or not. I mean, I probably had about 10 hours of anti-discrimination training, and so I think these things still exist, and maybe to me a better indicator is, as Mr. Hill was saying, what has happened since. What are any let's call them blockades of any kind that either are still in place or have been created by the built environment that need to be addressed.
Okay, thank you.
I don't, can I hit, okay.
Talk.
I know, I'm upset. Okay, so here's the thing. What has happened since? That's the problem. And that is the problem that this report unintentionally, unless there are solid recommendations about what can be done, this actually has the potential of making things worse, and let me tell you how. Because, evil is just evil. And so, if I'm going to think like an evil person, here's what I'm thinking. I'm going to look at where these properties existed, okay? And I'm going to think, these are undervalued communities. This is undervalued property. And where you have undervalued property and speculation, that's where you have displacement and gentrification. You could potentially be creating a map to tell people where they need to go next. So, and I know that's not the intention. And so unless there are some real recommendations about, okay, this is, we all know, I mean, you'd have to be really Pollyanna-ish to not understand that housing discrimination occurred in Montgomery County. Well, I think we can all accept that. There may have been many reasons for that discrimination. As a result of that discrimination, there are pockets of racially restricted or racially segregated communities that have cropped up, either by law or by just, it was more than happenstance. So, given all that, and we also know that the homes in those communities that are Black and brown are probably going to be undervalued. They are, even though, well, anyway, will probably be undervalued. If we have all that information, then what are we going to do with it? And what policies moving forward can we suggest to make sure that those same places do not become harmed even more? That to me, that's the only value of this. I mean, no offense intended, but that is the true value, to make sure that the vestiges of prior practices do not visit themselves on this and the next generation. And that's all I got to say.
If I can just jump in just really quickly, we definitely absolutely agree with the objective to make sure that through the work that we all do, that the past practices and present practices of housing discrimination are mitigated, avoided, prevented, eliminated. I do want to point out with regards to these maps, what you were just describing are redlining maps, which identified areas, neighborhoods that had predominantly Black and other types of, other residents for whom essentially people cannot get mortgages to purchase homes. These maps are essentially the opposite. These are maps of areas where there are racially restrictive covenants where Black residents could not purchase properties or Jewish residents could not purchase properties. So these were not the areas that are then or would now be considered undervalued. So I wanted to make sure that that was clear, that these maps, this is not a redlining analysis. That is a completely different type of map. This is basically the opposite of that. So just to make sure that that was clear. But I think just to get back to the focus of this effort, again, this is an opportunity to fill in the gaps and to accurately document Montgomery County's history of housing discrimination. And as you noted, Commissioner Branson, this is very much one piece of it. I think in the first report, in terms of redlining, that essentially there aren't redlining maps in this area, so we couldn't even do that type of analysis because they just weren't produced, as far as we can tell, for the records. But we do have this documentation of racially restrictive covenants, so that is something that we have been able to examine and document.
I agree totally with you. I think with Director Stern, I think that what this is showing in the case of Chevy Chase Village is that there's been not only racial segregation, economic segregation, all kinds of segregation, because like this gentleman was saying here, they had a minimum income in terms of purchasing.
Minimum price house.
Minimum price. I mean, this. In fact, we should even look inside of us because these zones were zoned. There was a zoning for single-family homes that the planning board approved at the time. So, again, it happens when we zone an area for single-family and we accept all those conditions. And I know that in other jurisdictions, they're really looking at the effect that zoning has on racial and income segregation. I know that in Seattle, in Portland, in probably in Minneapolis, they're thinking about how we can change zoning. And that, I think that's something, I'm not saying that we need to do that right away, but in terms of the Thrive 2050, maybe something will come out of that in terms of how we deal with equity issues, because that is our role as planning board. How does zoning affect issues of equity? So I'm just going to leave it there. If you guys want to expand on that, I mean, the gentleman here mentioned a number of things that led to the racial, we could say racial, socioeconomic redlining of Chevy Chase. And we need to tell that story.
Commissioner
Thank you.
Pinero, I think your point is well taken. That's actually a very good segue into a couple of the slides that we have coming up. Not to cut anybody off if there are other thoughts, but to further that dialogue and going back to phase one. And when we looked at the maps, the covenants were widespread. The racial covenants, the racial discrimination and prejudice as well. The architectural covenants were also widespread across the planning area, east to west entirely. There were also minimum architectural requirements and minimum dollar amounts that were required to be spent for new homes in Chevy Chase, but also in Silver Spring, also on the east side of the planning area. So Ben had also pulled up a similar analysis in the New Hampshire Estates Census Tract, which again is on the eastern side of the planning area. And then, Ben, I'll turn it over to you for this slide.
Excuse me, we have
Yes.
Commissioner Presley wanted to say something.
Oh, sorry.
I just wanted to go back for a minute to the notion that I really would like us to be able to see what's happened since then. I mean, I only mentioned one thing because I'm familiar with different tests and guidelines that have been put into place in the real estate industry. But what I've also noticed is that sometimes even then, beyond areas that were initially restricted, folks are tending to congregate together, buy together within their culturally familiar folks. And here's my example, in Clarksburg, we have all manner of housing types. We have, condos, apartment rentals, townhouses, and single-family homes. And we have a very high Asian population. I have a lot of friends up my street where they themselves have lovingly referred to it as Asian Row. And they joke about it because they have family and friends moving there. But in some ways, I don't see that as a discrimination. I see that as people choosing to live in a community and in a culture where, they're sharing culture. They're definitely integrated with the rest of us. We all kind of, we all meet together at different functions. But it's interesting to me that when people have a large choice, that some cultural groups are still tending to buy close to each other. So what I want to know is, like, you could look at an area like that if you didn't understand it was a choice and they could afford it, and say, why is that only group of people in this area? But I want to know, where choice is being restricted. Because if someone has a choice and they move together and they lovingly call themselves Asian Row, that's fine with me. But if somebody can't buy in for all of the other reasons, including past historical damage, I wish we could see that. Because that's where, we have housing available. I agree with Commissioner Hill. We don't want gentrification. Someone's got to have somewhere to go. If people come in, the market's going to dictate the price. But if the price has been undervalued because of the long-standing discrimination, then we have to be prepared for what are the alternatives for homes. And so I'm most interested, we don't want to repeat history, so we want to understand it. But I'm most interested in, what does this mean going forward? Because, again, not everything we see on a map is indicative of prejudice. Some of it is choice, but I want to see where people are still being held back, if possible.
I think, Commissioner Presley, your comments really illustrate just how complex it is to unpack what is happening today. Again, if you just look at the data says whatever the data says, but if you look at what's actually going on, it may present a more complex picture of the situation. I think it also speaks to what Ben noted earlier, which is that one of the ways that we sort of know racially restrictive covenants have had an impact is on individuals, is on the people. You may not be able to pinpoint it to there was a covenant on this parcel, and therefore the exact same parcel X, Y, and Z is happening, but it has had an impact on people because there are Black families who are not able to purchase homes, become homeowners, and then build family wealth that could be passed on. But how do you document that and tie that to and associate it to a specific place? That's where it's very, very challenging to do that. But we do know that there is very much an impact. But this is all really, really complicated. These are all really very, very important points that we are all discussing. But it's very, particularly for planners, where at the end of the day, we serve people, but we focus on places. And how do we take what we learn and apply it to improve specific places? So it's a bit of a complex set of solutions that we have to look at. And I didn't directly answer your question of what do we do now. I think this is where having this knowledge informs, again, our equity and planning agenda that we have. It informs the types of recommendations that we develop for master plans. It informs using the tools like equity focus areas and later the community equity index, which the board will see shortly. It all kind of feeds into that, which in turn helps us then figure out what is the right set of strategies to develop to apply to particular places and communities.
Just one small add-on. Part of this might be that we need to raise questions and make suggestions for how to educate people into homeownership, because often people who have been pushed down for a long time, they don't know the tools they have access to. In working with people in realty, there are many people who have been surprised that they could afford a home, and they needed some sort of guidance and counseling into how to prepare for homeownership. And I would guess that there are some programs like that in the county, but I think as we look at these things, when you speak to the individuals, getting that sense of how many individuals actually could have home ownership or a move in place, but are just unable to truly get things together to access that. And I know that's a lot because it's this, you're talking about a whole of Montgomery County, but as you dig down and start getting into individual choices and individual situations, I think that's going to much better inform where we need to go.
Yes, and Thrive Montgomery 2050 in its housing chapter very much talks about expanding home ownership and using that as a way to address the inequities in home ownership and as well as in building family wealth. So we do have that as an important priority. I would also like to add, just in terms of how do you tie this to places, our efforts to expand housing choices also is another way to help to fill in that gap so that there are more places, more types of housing that people can afford. So you don't only have the options of places, with communities with very expensive homes, if someone wants to get into home ownership.
Okay, are we ready to proceed? If, we're proceeding, right?
There's very little left to go. But I do think, so what we do have left hopefully will, I think it will align with discussion we've been having. It's very complex, and this is one part of a very long, complex process that's played out. But just specifically, and Commissioner Branson, I absolutely share your concerns about creating the roadmap for, further discrimination. And there's a really long and definitive literature that Black homes owned by Black people are assessed at lower, they get lower prices. This is well established. What actually we're kind of saying with this, or what this is leading to, is that this map itself, the map that this deed research has produced, and the places that are blue, and I should have put a legend on here, places that are blue do not had no covenants. Places that are red did have covenants. Places that are lighter red likely had covenants. And what we're kind of getting at is that we actually can't we can't determine that relationship. So if you were to use this map for that purpose, it'd actually be very difficult to do that because there just isn't one trend that you can see. So that's why we're contrasting that Chevy Chase tract with this New Hampshire Estates tract, which is one of the poorest, one of the highest percentages of people of color, and lowest per capita, third lowest per capita income in the county. And as you can see, there's a mix of tracts or of neighborhoods within this tract that both had and did not have racial restrictive covenants. So this really muddies the water there and makes it really difficult to make those kind of inferences. And this is why we're not able to really make any of these statistical assertions that there is the relationship. So really that's all the only kind of the last thing there. And then if you kind of step back and look at the whole map, it's, as you can see, it's hard to go neighborhood by neighborhood, and even with your knowledge of the county to say, well, I can see the legacy here, but not here. It's really mixed. And there's, again, all these intervening factors and present day practices that are contributing to the way that the neighborhoods, are these days. So.
I'm not really sure why you're trying to compare this to the present. I mean, as it is, in terms of the legacy, in terms of a historical research that you've done, it stands by itself.
Right.
Well,
yeah.
You don't have to say, oh, well, we found this in Chevy Chase, but we didn't find that in New Hampshire Estates, because that kind of confuses people. It says, well, then there's no value to it. But there is value in the sense that this is great research, historical research that you found. What happened after that? What's happening now? I mean, you would have to explain how does white flight happens, how does a tipping point, you will have to get into all kinds of explanation to let the council or whoever it is that you're presenting understand the difference between the legacy and existing and the present, let's say.
If
That's what I would, that's my comment.
If I will, certainly it's the research on those areas that had racial covenants against them is extraordinary research, hard to do, and remarkable data point. The question they were trying to answer and discover. It's a mission of discovery. They didn't know how it would turn out. Is there a relationship between those locations and the present? And the answer is
not necessarily.
We couldn't find one. You can't be definitive here in statistics. You just have to say, could I find a correlation? And the answer was not if you just take those two variables together.
Yeah.
Which is the racial makeup and the maps of discrimination. That's all that's
all you can
being said here.
And just to be clear, this was a question that the team was asked to consider and to explore. You know, after we did this research, we were asked, okay, so what now? You know, is there any impact on the present day in these communities in terms of who lives there now? So just to clarify that it wasn't so much that we decided, let's answer this question, but this was something that came out of the research, and that we were asked, you know, what does this mean for the present day? And so that's why the team went back and did this additional analysis and looked at the demographics and tried to see whether or not there was a correlation.
You can see the sensitivities you're going to have when you get to council.
Right. I mean, to me, here's the thing. Okay. One, here are the conclusions I think you can draw. One, that, as I said, racially restrictive covenants were not the only indicia of discrimination. That's important, right? And so, well, that's one. Two, the current status of Montgomery County when it comes to housing integration, quote unquote, may not have anything to do with racially restrictive covenants in the past, right? That's two. Three, there may still be serious housing discrimination in Montgomery County. It just may not be based on this, right? I mean, my concern about this, I'm gonna say it 7 more times so people need to understand it, is that it is going to be very easy for people to look at this and say, oh, you know, so there's no historic discrimination in Montgomery County. And that is an absolute falsehood. Absolute falsehood. I just want you to be able to make it clear that there is, that this project does not mean that there is no discrimination in Montgomery County. This project does not account for the necessity that Black people had to form their own communities 70, 80 years ago in Montgomery County. And there's nothing, that living together 70, 80 years ago was by choice, and it was by necessity, and it was out of survival. It's not the same deal today. I mean, so I just, as I said, I'm really worried. And the reason I worry is because I don't want this to be used in a way you don't intend. And so I think some very clear conclusions have to be drawn about what this says and what it doesn't say. Because without the clarity in those conclusions, people will come up with some stuff that will conflate and be used to support an agenda that is not necessarily an agenda that respects or seeks equity in our present and in our future.
The point is very much well taken, and again, you know, the first report, which is much longer, much more in-depth, does make the points that you just noted, that racially restrictive covenants was just only one piece one tool to discriminate against Black and Jewish residents and others, and that there were many other tools and strategies that were used to discriminate against those residents in terms of homeownership. So that is very much already in the report, but the point is very well taken, and we will just make sure as we transmit this to the council that that is crystal clear.
Couldn't we, in a
Are you all
way,
done?
say that?
Wait.
Are you all done?
Yes.
Okay. Just to put some 2 cents in here, I agree with Commissioner Pinero's point about focusing on what this does say. And Commissioner Branson, you referred to it in the other way around. And I think the Washington Post article picked up on the idea that just demonstrating to people in Montgomery County that you may live in a place that had racially restricted covenant is an important awareness to develop in the community. And I have a variation on Commissioner Branson's concern about this having a hazard, which is I don't want to equip the majority who may not really be thinking about this with the idea that it doesn't exist anymore. Because I think without connecting discriminatory practices through some thread to now, that's what you're encouraging to think. This is an old problem. And I don't believe that to be true. And I think by identifying, kind of coming back to my previous point about what are some other trends that would be in the meantime is the way to connect those together, right? Because it would be a disservice and an unfortunate inadvertency, because the work is excellent, to end up convincing some people that, oh, this is just something that happened a long time ago, it's not a problem now because you didn't prove it. And I would like to avoid that situation.
Commissioner Pinero.
Oh, I think Commissioner Hill just mentioned what I was going to say. I'm trying to think whether there's like a compromise or a way that you guys could present this and not have to make a general statement that we didn't find a correlation, because then people say, well, there's no relation between the past and the present. I mean, you could tie it, you could say this is complicated, number one. This is a complex issue, and there's many things that have happened since then. And we really have to look at each specific location and do more research to determine whether a particular location, let's say in this case Chevy Chase, the covenants did have an effect, and that effect lingers to the present, and whether other locations, because we didn't find a correlation, making it site-specific rather than an overall general statement saying there's no correlation. When you make that, it sounds like we didn't find any relation between something like Commissioner Hill, how what is happening now, how does it tie in to present issues of discrimination? So, I mean, that's kind of my 5 cents into it.
I think if what I'm hearing from the majority or all of you, if I may, is that the map shows the geography of segregation. It attempts to show with spatial data what culture was, what culture is in place, and that the data and even the maps do not capture the entire story, the nuance of the culture. And when we were even putting together the first report and thinking about how to break this up so that we could get, the back pieces, the history of redlining and the HOLC and then the FHA maps, what do all of these layers of legally discriminatory practices do? What do they show? All the way to, the realtors' professional standards, and as Commissioner Presley was saying, even now, all the training that realtors have to undergo. We're talking about a pervasive culture of discrimination within the suburbs. So thinking about how we frame these points up front in the report that goes forward, how we target those points very specifically in the slides that we discuss, in our talking points, maybe even in the maps that we show, to get that across, because that really is the value and the point of this study. So we want to make sure that we're able to highlight that as a point of discussion. And talking too, when we conceived this, the department had conceived this as part of our equity agenda for planning back in 2020. This was discussed with a number of other studies and initiatives that we could undertake, because what you can see in the report is that this is being studied nationally at universities, at the Federal Reserve, with other governments, and trying to, is it redlining? Is it racial covenants? Is it other things? And the answer is it is all of these. It is all of these things to determine what is the culture of a place, what was it, what is it today, and then to your point, well, then what are the remedies for that? We were hoping to kind of raise the floor on the dialogue so that there was an underpinning of understanding what was the history here, what are these themes, and then have kind of a broader, more informed conversation amongst ourselves, with the board, the council, and the community as we go forward to tackle these problems with which Thrive gets at, and which I think is going to be the cornerstone of our work for many decades.
Let Commissioner Presley say the last word, hopefully.
Okay, I'm sorry about that, but this, it brings up a lot. What I'm interested to know, and the realtors have data on this. I want to know how many people of color have tried to purchase a home in Chevy Chase and had someone else win out over them for reasons that aren't apparent. So I'm saying this for two reasons. When we get offers in, you don't get to see what anyone else's offer is. So if people are harboring their own prejudices still, it just means prejudice has morphed into a form that's not as traceable as as the covenants that were in place before. But if we can't get some data like that, I'd like to know from people who have tried to move into that area, were you not able to and why? Sure, we have people, it's not just Chevy Chase, anywhere. We have people of all levels of income and education, white, black, and every other color. But what is the current experience? Is there still an unspoken restriction where you've got realtors who are representing people of, let's just say, high net worth, and I'm going to call them white, maybe they're not white, but to what extent is there still some influence in how people even get an opportunity to have a home in an area that previously was covenanted? That to me is probably maybe one of the only residues that's still current from that. But what has happened since that time is that prejudice just simply takes on multiple other forms. And so I'm really more interested in knowing what the segregation is today and why. The example I stated in my neighborhood, it's by choice. People wanted to, by choice, live within the same row as their folks. Some of them are even in the same business together. There's a flooring company and all kinds of things. And I think that's fine. But we need to know why people can't get there. Why is it still all white in some areas? And is it by choice or is it by restriction that's unspoken?
I guess what I would say is that there are a number of organizations and entities that have been looking at that question. I think part of what you just stated is that it is very difficult to get concrete data on that because a lot of these practices are, number one, they're illegal, but they are done individual or organization to, they are systemic. They're both happening on a systemic and an individual level, but they are not being done through a documented mechanism like a covenant or something like that where you can tie it directly. But that also means it's very difficult to collect that data, especially whether it's in Montgomery County or in some other region. I am aware that there have been some studies and surveys that others have been done. But it's very challenging because it's not through these sort of formal mechanisms anymore. But these things are very much happening still today. We do know that.
Right, but I have to say, why is the toughest question to answer, no matter what the line is after why. Because the motivations of people, the number of possible causes is really a lot. I don't know that we'll ever get to why as a general answer. You'll get to why in an individual case, maybe, if people are open to their expressing their motivations. But I think you've got enough to go on. No, you don't have. I'm sorry, you don't have enough to go on.
I'm sorry. I was going to try and not say anything, but I can't help it. So let me be clear about this. As to Commissioner Presley's inquiry, you know, I really don't think we can be concerned about the why of people in certain groups who may decide to live together. That's okay. I mean, you know, when I was in college, all the black kids used to eat in the same room, and the white kids used to say, well, the black kids eat in the same room. Let me tell you why. We used to eat in the same room because it was our refuge. It was a way we remained safe at the end of the day. And it was a choice we were allowed to make. I assume that the people you're referencing in the current day, probably the same thing. You know, and because discrimination is multifaceted, yes, it plays on a legal level. It does involve people being excluded from some places. And that is the discrimination that the systems, legal and social, should fight against, should take action against. When people decide for their own reasons to join together in groups to achieve whatever peace and comfort they may want to achieve, that's really kind of like, that's okay. We don't have to have a why for that. That can just be people being people from the beginning of time. People have been segregated into tribes. It's not a problem until, you know, harmful things either prevent it or enforce it. So I'm not interested in this tribe question. That's just totally not something I'm concerned about. I am concerned about what mechanisms, legal, social, economic, may exist that prevent people, regardless of race or religion, from being truly free. That's it. This is about whether you are truly free. And a part of being truly free is being able to make rational decisions about where you live. And if you can't do that, you're not free. That, to me, is the value of this. And if, you know, anyway, I'm just going to leave it at that.
May I make just a quick suggestion for a resource that the board could take a look at right now that was recently released? The Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments released a regional fair housing plan. It's out for public comment through March 31st. I think they just sent an email about it today or yesterday. We will certainly take a look at it, but I would, you know, certainly recommend the board take a look at it as well. I know Commissioner Pinero, you mentioned, you know, what's going on right now that can address these issues. So I think this might be a good resource that we can all take a look at.
I'm waiting 10 seconds.
Would you repeat the name of that?
It's the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments Regional Fair Housing Plan. I can forward the email that I received from COG to the board if you want to take a look at it.
Okay, I think we're ready to move on. I think you've gotten sufficient comments. When is this going to council?
We need to compile it into one report, get our graphics and maps together, but we plan to transmit to council as soon as we're done putting the document together. So shortly, within the next few weeks.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. That concludes this item. Thank you for the presentation. Good afternoon. This is the February 2nd, 2023 session of the Planning Board. This is item 10, briefing on the master plan for historic preservations, goals, policies, designation, resources, amendment procedures. This is in preparation for this board getting a possible nomination for the master plan in the future. This is to give us background on what the procedures are and how we'll go through that. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Ballo.
Thank you, Chair Zients and members of the board. For the record, my name is Rebecca Ballo, Supervisor with the Historic Preservation Section, and I'm joined by John Lieberts, our Cultural Resources Planner 3 within the section. So again, this is to give you an overview of the Master Plan for Historic Preservation and the Locational Atlas and Index of Historic Sites. The Master Plan for Historic Preservation is a countywide functional master plan. It is the document that governs the designation of sites and districts within Montgomery County. So just to give you a little roadmap of where we are going this afternoon. So I'm going to discuss broadly historic preservation in Montgomery County, outline the different levels of historic preservation that our office undertakes here, and that also some levels of designation by the National Park Service, provide an overview for you of the evaluation process as stipulated by the master plan and Chapter 24A of the County Code about how properties are designated as sites and districts, and then outline the purpose of design guidelines and how alterations for historic districts and sites are reviewed, and then also a little bit of information about our historic preservation tax credit program. This is not comprehensive of everything that the historic preservation section does, but it is just covering the master plan amendment process. So very, very broadly, starting at the top. What is historic preservation? There are a lot of misconceptions out there about what historic preservation is for, even though it has existed nationwide since going back to the 1930s, but really nationwide since the adoption of the National Historic Preservation Act in 1966 and the creation of the National Register. So historic preservation recognizes and protects historical and cultural resources. We manage change in communities to protect significant character-defining elements, buildings, sites, neighborhoods. Often we use design guidelines to achieve equitable and consistent outcomes in our permitting review. And the Historic Preservation Office also provides tax incentives to property owners for certain rehab costs. Historic preservation does not prohibit changes to a building, does not require property owners to restore buildings to their original condition, does not prohibit development or the potential for demolition, does not exclude the use of green technology such as solar power. We regularly approve car charging stations and solar panels on the roofs of homes at every one of our HPC meetings. And finally, historic preservation has been shown in economic development studies nationwide that it does not negatively affect property values. So I'd like to start with, again, just a brief overview of the National Register, because I know sometimes the terms can be a little confusing between something listed to the National Register versus being on the state register versus being locally designated. So the National Register of Historic Places is the official federal list of district sites, buildings, structures, and objects that are significant to American history, architecture, archaeology, culture, and engineering. There's also the Maryland Register of Historic Properties. Properties that are listed to the Maryland Register or the National Register are eligible for state and federal tax credits for interior or exterior work. There are no restrictions from the local government on what an individual property owner may do to their property with the state listing or with the national listing. These are honorific registries that, again, confer certain economic benefits. And when there is a state or a federal project, we talked about this a little bit with the Rustic Roads plan as well. When Section 106 kicks in, if there is a state or federal project, those state and federal preservation agencies review the project for impact. So if a road is coming through, or the Managed Lanes project for the Beltway, that was a large federal project that looked at National Register properties. That's what, that listing is really involved with those types of review. There's no restriction at the local government level. So on the National Register, there are 86 resources in Montgomery County that are listed to the National Register. The examples of this include the C&O Canal, the Seneca Stone Quarries, the Carter Rock Springs Historic District, the Rachel Carson House, and there are other archaeological and prehistoric sites that are listed as well. There's on our website and on the state's website, if you would like to peruse any of these listings, it makes for some lengthy and fascinating reading. So then we come to our first tier of historic preservation in Montgomery County with the Locational Atlas and Index of Historic Sites. So this was a document that was created by the Montgomery County Planning Board in 1976. It is based on survey data from 1973 to 1975. Basically, the commission sent out their one parks historian, Mike Dwyer, and Gail Rothrock, who was with Sugarloaf Trails at the time, to survey 100-year-old buildings within Montgomery County. They did the same for Prince George's County. And those properties were then listed in the Locational Atlas. It listed resources that are potentially historically significant. They included all the properties that were listed to the National Register. And at the time, there was no test. They didn't test them against any criteria. They just created this inventory. Again, thinking about an inventory is a catalog of the survey information. So this inventory still exists. We don't print more copies, but it exists on the GIS layer. The planning board can add to this inventory continuously, and properties can be added to the atlas or removed after a public hearing by the planning board. Listing in the Locational Atlas under Chapter 24A of the County Code provides partial protection from demolition and substantial alteration until the resource or the district is finally evaluated for the master plan. It is meant to be kind of an in-between place in a holding pattern until it can be finally evaluated by the council for its historic value. There are currently 130 resources individually listed to the Atlas in Montgomery County. It includes farms, churches, garden apartments, many buildings that may be familiar to you in downtown Silver Spring, including the Canada Dry bottling plant. We have some quarries. We have pretty much any theme you can think of is still on the Locational Atlas. The majority of the properties are farmsteads within the agricultural reserve, but we do still have some in the mid and down county area. We have 13 Locational Atlas historic districts. They're shown here in the blue pen. And I should say too, each of these categories is called out in a layer in our MC Atlas, in our GIS, so anybody in the public can go and look this up for their property. So for historic districts on the Locational Atlas, we still have the Silver Spring CBD. We also have Comus, Dawsonville, Redland, Jonesville, Woodside, Dickerson, and Springbrook Estates, just to name a few. So now I would like to introduce, so that's the Locational Atlas. Then came the Preservation Ordinance, Chapter 24A, Historic Resources Preservation of the County Code. And among many things, Chapter 24A authorized the creation of the Historic Preservation Commission. It called out the particular professional qualifications that members of the commission must have, and I'll get to that later in the presentation, lays out the basic way that historic area work permits for alterations can be approved, can be denied. It lays out the provision for demolition of Locational Atlas sites, created a historic preservation easement program. The county is allowed to accept preservation easements, but it also directed the county to create a functional master plan for historic preservation. And that stipulated that the plan shall designate sites and districts, describe their boundaries. Also, the plan shall propose means for the integration of historic preservation into the planning process and talk about other measures to advance the goals of historic preservation. So while we are staff to the Historic Preservation Commission and go through the work permits with them and present at their meetings, we are also an integral part of the planning process as historic preservation, and that's what the ordinance stipulates, and then that is what the master plan was adopted to ensure. So the master plan was adopted by the county council in 1979. This is still our functional planning document. It has only been amended since 1979 to add sites and districts. So the historic designation occurs after a very thorough analysis with respect to the designation criteria. And again, I've sat through a number of the Rustic Roads work sessions with you guys, so I know that you're familiar with, applying the different criteria to different types of properties. Our criteria are laid out in our ordinance and also stipulated within our master plan. So the HPC must use these criteria in Chapter 24A when they make a recommendation for something to be listed on the atlas or to be listed to the master plan. The master plan also stipulates that all exterior alterations need a historic area work permit. So that's not just to the building, that's to the grounds, that's to the appurtenances, to everything within what's called the environmental setting. And I'm going to get to what the environmental setting is in a little bit. It also established access to historic preservation tax credits through a future law that the council then adopted. And as I said before, the first group of properties that were listed to the master plan were those that were already on the National Register. So when you look at those original designation forms for the properties, they took it to be pretty self-evident. This property is listed to the National Register. That is the criteria by which the council will add it to the master plan. You'll see in the reports that we bring forward now that we do a lot more analysis to weigh the history and the architecture of a property against the criteria that we're given so that you and the HPC have facts and findings that you can rely upon with your determinations. So again, the master plan, this is language that's taken actually directly from the master plan. These sites must have real merit for inclusion. The master plan stipulates that there is no date restriction on the resources. It noted even back in 1979 that more 20th century resources would be reviewed. They expected that. And noted that age alone does not qualify a resource for designation. So the program over the last 40 some odd years has been extraordinarily successful and prolific. I think I could say that this is the strongest preservation program in Maryland or truly in the region. There's been a lot of really good work that has been done over the decades. So we have 454 designated historic sites. That's what these pins are. These represent unique, rare, or excellent examples of architecture, archaeological sites and cemeteries, industrial, agricultural, commercial sites, including quarries, garages, barns, landscapes, theaters, hardware stores, and urban commercial buildings. We have institutional and public buildings and sites, including firehouses, public halls, recreation centers, and schools. We also have sites associated with African American history, women's history, the arts, education, entertainment, farming, and rural life. And I'm sure I have not captured everything in that laundry list, but it's to give you kind of a broad idea of the types of properties that have been given the protection of Chapter 24A. We have a pet cemetery, the Aspen Hill Pet Cemetery. We have a gold mine. We have log houses, schools. We even have a road. I think you guys saw the Martinsburg Politicians Road, again, as part of the Rustic Roads plan that is a master plan site. We have 25 historic districts. Districts encompass themes associated with the railroads and the streetcar suburbs, African American communities, outstanding and unique architecture, and early and federal history and the rural villages. So again, they span the entire county. So what's the difference between the two? The locational atlas is meant to be a temporary listing. It provides protection from demolition and substantial alteration. Permits require design review by, at least at a minimum, the Historic Preservation Office. There are no design guidelines, and there are no tax incentives for properties that are just on the locational atlas. The master plan properties listed require a historic area work permit for any alterations, requires design review by the HPC or the staff. The review, at least in the districts, is based on established design guidelines and other criteria in the ordinance. There is the ability to exempt some work from HPC review. And then property owners receive a 25% tax credit for documented expenses for exterior maintenance, restoration, and preservation. So what is the role of the HPC? in all of this. The HPC has a unique role to play in the master plan amendment for historic preservation, that there are no other commissions or bodies that have quite this role because it's called out in the ordinance. So the HPC is comprised of 9 county residents that must have demonstrated professional expertise in history, architecture, preservation, or urban design. Other members are meant to be chosen based on special geographic considerations or other training. For example, since Tacoma Park was accepted into the inventory, we have always worked to have at least one resident from Tacoma Park on the HPC because they make up by far the majority of the permits that we see. The HPC is appointed by the recommendation of the county executive with confirmation by the council. And again, they have certain powers and duties, one of which is to recommend the designation of sites and districts to the planning board. And the HPC may also advise the planning board and council on any other legislation or proposals that affect historic preservation. So sometimes they will comment on a ZTA, or they may comment on another master plan that may not be designating something. So typically in the designation process, the HPC will hold their public hearings first about whether or not a property is designated. And then their recommendation, that is really the staff draft that is at the HPC. And then it is the HPC's recommendation that will come forward to the planning board for the public hearing draft. So this is the flow chart that we like to bring out to the public meetings to show everybody all of the steps in the designation process. Really, the point of this is to show that every step in the evaluation process is meant to be transparent. It is meant to be measured, and there are many, many opportunities built in for comments by property owners and the public. So the criteria in Chapter 24A, which are listed here on the left, have to do with historical and cultural significance and architectural and design significance. It is these criteria that are called out in the plan and the ordinance that we weigh all proposals against. So when you receive your plan amendment document, the staff is meant to call out which criteria we think a designation meets, and then you will have our rationale as part of that. So within the Master Plan for Historic Preservation, which was adopted by the council, it stipulates that the planning board must use the same criteria as the HPC from Chapter 24A in making its determinations, but that the planning board may also balance the importance of the historic property with other public interests, including relevant master plan guidance. So now I'd like to talk about environmental settings. This trips up a lot of people, including me, when I first got here and I was working for Prince George's County. So the term environmental setting, on the left is the straight definition from our ordinance. It is the same definition that is in the Prince George's County ordinance. It comes from our state enabling legislation, Chapter 8, which then carries over to Article 28 of our charter. In plain language, the environmental setting is the boundary of the historic resource as designated in the master plan. This is the area over which the HPC has permitting authority. So when you receive a master plan amendment, you're going to get a description of what is this historic resource we're talking about, what criteria do we think that it meets, and then what should the environmental setting be? What is the proper area to be designated to ensure the preservation of this resource? In practice, environmental settings can be very, very large. We have some large sites up county that are hundreds of acres for just one site. Here we have the Tacoma Park Historic District environmental setting. So everything within this boundary is potentially reviewable by the HPC. Any changes to a building, any changes to a garage, any changes to the streets, the landscaping, the paving, the streetlights, all of it. Unless you or the council stipulate otherwise that you want to leave out certain categories of things to review. But it is not based on visibility. It doesn't matter if you can see it or not. If it's within the environmental setting, it is regulated unless you specifically say otherwise. So in practice, what does this also mean for some of our historic sites? So this is the Flower Theater and Shopping Center that was designated within the past 10 years, I believe, up on Flower Avenue. So the HPC had made a recommendation to designate the entire building. I won't describe all the steps that it went through, but ultimately what the council determined was that it should be approximately the first 25, 30 feet of the facade. So you can see the building here on the left and on the right. This is the environmental setting within the GIS. It's not the entire parcel, it's not even the entire building, but this is what the council determined was necessary, for preservation of this resource. We have environmental settings that are the size of perhaps this computer, right? It's an object, the Washington, D.C. boundary stones. The environmental setting is actually so small that we can't quite map it within the GIS. You can see that square isn't even quite it. It is just the stone. It's not the parcel that the stone sits on. It's just the stone. Another example is the Madonna of the Trail. This is off of Wisconsin Avenue in Bethesda. The environmental setting is the sculpture itself. It has actually been moved at least once, maybe twice, for metro construction. So that is the environmental setting of that object. Again, not the parcel, just the statue. So I want to touch again briefly on historic district design guidelines. Most of the districts do have design guidelines. We adopted a set of design guidelines for our Potomac Overlook Historic District last year. They can be specific or they can be very broad in terms of talking about what is to be protected. But what's wonderful about the design guidelines is that they are created in consultation with the community. John and I had many meetings with Potomac Overlook over a series of about 2 or 3 years to talk with them. What do they feel is important about their community? What do they in particular want to protect? What is more or less important? Tacoma Park has a different emphasis on trees and environmental features than does Clarksburg, than does Kensington, Chevy Chase. So it's really able to get at what is unique to preserve within that community. And then I wanted to just give you some examples of adaptive reuse and development of master plan sites and locational atlas sites to show you again the range of possibilities once a site is designated. We have on the upper left the Tasty Diner, which is a master plan site that has been moved. It had been on Georgia Avenue where the Discovery Center currently is, and it was moved to another location a block or two up and around the corner as part of that redevelopment. But a portion of that building is still designated as a master plan site. In the middle, we have the Canada Dry Bottling Company that is a locational atlas site that had a whole apartment complex redeveloped behind it. On the right, we have the Affinity on Georgia Apartments that are part of the National Association of Dyers and Cleaners Institute locational atlas site. I have to write that down because it's quite a mouthful. So there was a whole apartment complex that was developed and integrated those historic buildings into the site. We have on the lower left the Silver Spring Volunteer Fire Station, that is the fire station restaurant. And then on the lower right, of course, we have the AFI Silver Theater, which is a master plan site. There's a historic easement on a portion of that site as well. And then all of the redevelopment that happened behind it. So the point of all of this is to get you familiar with the criteria, get you familiar with the master plan process, the role of the HPC, but also to try and demonstrate that while historic preservation has a very specific purpose, there's a lot of flexibility built into this process. And there's actually a lot of flexibility in terms of design guidelines, in terms of the boundaries of the environmental setting, in terms of what is designated and how it is designated, that's been exercised by the council for the better part of the last 40 years to protect historic sites and resources, while also allowing for communities to develop, grow, and redevelop. Very briefly, we also have our historic preservation tax credits that designated property owners can take advantage of. This is a slide that we typically show, to show what is eligible work, what is ineligible work. This is a significant part of our work program. People really love the tax credits, take advantage of them. We've had the program since, I think, 1983. Last year, our office reviewed 158 tax credit applications for about $4.1 million worth of eligible rehab expenses. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. very comprehensive. It brings back a lot of history that I had with the history. Commissioner Hill.
I was a bit surprised to see that the Historic Preservation Master Plan dates from 1979, and you said it's been locationally changed, but that suggests not otherwise changed. Was it so sage that it is really durable, or is it time to update that?
I think that has to do with a number of work program priorities. At the history conference last weekend, Eileen McGuckian, who was here from the beginning of the program, she talked about, the evolution of historic preservation for the last 40 years, and really the emphasis has been on designating sites. And then once we got a critical mass of sites designated, then we had to regulate those sites. I'd also say that a lot of the recommendations are still very applicable today. It talks about adaptive reuse, flexibility, looking at broader themes of history, even mid-century themes. But to your point, I think the emphasis on the work program has just been getting through the locational atlas as best we can and focusing on the regulatory work. But I agree, 40 years is certainly a long time to have one functional plan.
Yeah, I was glad to see the detail that back in 1979, the county chose not to put a time limit on the scope of, because I think the state at that point had the 50-year, duration, and the county took a more progressive position even then, so that's good to hear.
Anybody else? I'll add just the 2 cents that at some point we have to go through the locational atlas since its mission was to be a holding pattern. It's hard to imagine a holding pattern for now 46 years for some of these properties. But that's a whole nother work program issue because it takes a lot of effort to go through that. And the only thing that forces
Go to your
anybody's...
house.
I always get surprised by the only thing that prompts us is a demolition permit, which is about the worst way to get prompted. That's not exactly how you want to address a situation. But we look forward to the nominations in the future. At some point, the board will get to meet the Historic Preservation Commission, and we'll make that happen in a little bit. Do I see any other hands? I do not see any other hands. I thank you very much for the presentation. I think that concludes our business for the day. Without objections, we are adjourned. I see no objections. We're adjourned.